They don't know that there's still somebody in that smoke. They can get that molly, push from across the field. Now, Vale.
The Bucky versus Bayo here. The Bucky crawling up. Tensa has the intel. Tensa is crawling. Tensa's like, he's right here, he's right here. The grenade from the Bucky!
Hello, PUBG Mobile. Welcome to the PMPL Super Weekend number 2, Day 2. I'm your host, Tom Badger. I go by F. of the internet. I'll be hanging out here as Zegon steps aside. He'll be back tomorrow, don't worry. But all the action is still exactly as you left it. We've got the same familiar faces here on the commentary and the expert panel as well. Let's say hello to the beautiful people. I've got my friends, the 7 World Gaming, and of course, Glitter Explosion along for the ride. Guys, I was here for Season 1, now slotting in here for Season 2. It's an exciting ride. 7, good to see you again, man.
Oh, dude, you can't see the smile on me right now, but if you can see the program, you'll be able to see it. What's up, man? I'm so happy to have you back. How you been, F.
I've been chilling, you know. I've been living, I've been living. It's all up and down for me, you know. Always excited. Glitter, glad to see you again as well.
I'm excited to have you back for a little bit here, F. It's going to be great, and I'm excited for today because our first day of Super Weekend this time around was insanity, to say the least.
It really was. We've seen a lot of different expectations, a lot of different results, but we're getting a little bit ahead of ourselves. If you're just joining us, let's break it down a little bit as for what we're doing here. So right now we're in the Super Weekend, second of 3. Basically, you got 3 weeks and they're all going to look exactly the same. Teams are going to battle it out to qualify for the weekend. So the league play 2 days a week. You do well there, you make it to the Super Weekends. You do well there, you make it to the finals. You can't make it to the finals without making it to the weekend, and you can't make it to the weekend without standing up tall during the week. So that's the idea here for the PMPL, sort of like an upside-down triangle, if you will. But of course, there's a lot of money on the line as well. Glitter, when we look at the money these players are taking home, it is no small amount.
No, there is $150,000 on the line for our players here. And of course, my favorite part, the winner chicken dinner. $45,000 on the line for our chicken dinners over the weekend. $1,000 per chicken dinner. And we've already seen the likes of XSET, Panthers, Nova, quite a few teams taking down multiple thousands of dollars in their pockets already due to those chicken dinners. And then, of course, whichever teams manage to qualify through on to the finals, first place, if they're able to pull that down, will take home $10,000. So at the end of this all, F. there is going to be a lot of money in some of those pockets.
Yeah, you know, it's really cool with the chicken dinners. You get to see that money kind of spread out so all of our players can really try to be the best they can. And of course, if you wind up on the top, you take home the lion's share. MVP also gets a shout out as far as the money is concerned. But of course, the money, you can only get that if you get to the big show. Let's take a look at the points and how we break all that down. 7, basically, you got to win.
Yeah, you gotta win to get the 15 points, but not only that, you actually gotta get kills too if you want to get those extra points. We have seen some teams being able to come out on top in regards to the points department just because they've been able to out-frag the winning team. So that's what I'm gonna be looking at. And if you are gonna be that 13 and 16 place, I'm gonna keep on shouting it out because as soon as I found out, I kind of love that. I love that to get 0 points. If you do want to get some points, you gotta get some kills.
Right? You got to actually find yourself. And it's cool because you see different strategies. Some teams just look to frag out, get a bunch of individual points. Other teams play it safe and snake out and just make it towards the late game. Our teams competing this weekend, 16 teams taken down from 20. and the teams have looked pretty good throughout the week, and this is who we're seeing. Say hello to Yo, Dope Esports, and WallStreetBets. These teams did not make it to the Super Weekend last time around, Glitter, and so it's cool to see them in the fold.
Yeah, and not only did they make it here this time, but they're actually doing very well for themselves. All of these teams, specifically WallStreetBets, and I know you're excited about this one, Seven, is actually positioned very well to take over Illuminati in the overall rankings as soon as today.
Yeah, I'm a big WallStreetBets fan. I have them going into the finals. They're definitely not going to disappoint me. We saw the performance Drago was having, but some of the other teams, I mean, we saw Knights being able to kind of step it up in a way yesterday with the first chicken dinner, and then we didn't really see much from them later through the day. So I'm hoping today they'll be able to come back and show the kind of performances that we saw during Week of League play. And not only that, I'm looking also to see how Yo's going to be able to do in Dope Esports LLC, because I personally think they'll be able to pass the Illuminati by the end of this Super Weekend.
I mean, you've got Illuminati, Mizexis, a lot of these teams towards that bottom that these squads that are here that weren't here last time are taking a look at for sure. So let's pull up those points and see where all these teams are sitting. You mentioned the Knights. They've been towards the top for the most part, looking clean, but they've had some struggles here. So a little bit of a shakeup here, Seven.
Yeah, and it is. I mean, with a big surprise. I think a lot of us didn't expect to see this, but the Panthers have been able to put up a great performance, especially yesterday, being able to finish the day with back-to-back chicken dinners. And today, I'm pretty sure they're going to be looking forward to getting that back-to-back-to-back, in a way, chicken dinner. Nonetheless, they do have to watch out, though, because XSET is still alive. And XSET kind of showed the same performance from last week. They were not anywhere to be found on the first day of the Super Weekend, and then on the second and third days when they stepped it up. So I'm looking forward to see how those teams is going to get started. And then 19 Esports, that's another team that I want to see who's going to be the top player this Super Weekend. We saw Carnage was able to do it last Super Weekend. Who's going to be able to step up this Super Weekend? And then not really a big surprise here, Glitter, but a pleasant sighting. Nova Esports in 4th place with 184 points.
Yeah, they have been quietly consistent, and it's working out well for them so far. So I'm interested to see if they can maybe individually start turning it up to the level that we saw Rin go off on yesterday. I mean, insane gameplay coming out of him, but then moving down the list, we've got Ghost Gaming in 5th place, Ogilvy in 6th, and then rounding out the top 8, we've got Knights and Syndicate, which is kind of a little bit of a weirder top 8 towards the bottom there. But as we take a look onto the second page, we'll notice a few things have started to kind of switch around here. And 7, Mizexis has dropped down continuously since they're unable to perform here. Now they're in 9th place overall, but they're not the only ones that are moving down the list.
Oh, they're going to keep dropping. They're going to keep dropping all the way down to 13th place. That's my prediction right there for Mizexis. Hopefully I'm right.
Okay.
We got UYU. UYU actually had one of their best Super Weekend days yesterday by being able to add 35 points to their tally, being able to secure some 3rd place and 4th place here and there. So that's another team that actually, you know what? In regards to another team that I'm going to be looking at, is going to be Pro Era, because Pro Era has been awfully quiet. Yesterday was not really their best day, and we know this team's definitely capable of more. And BTOWN. Yeah, tell them, Glitter. Tell them about BTOWN.
Listen, I don't want to be the one to point it out, but they only got 6 points yesterday. They didn't even get double digits, okay? And we have seen BTOWN have polar opposite performances. We've seen them get multiple chicken dinners. So I don't know what's going on with that squad, but hopefully they were able to reset a little bit after yesterday, and they'll be coming in today with a stronger mindset. And then, of course, rounding out the top 16, we've got Boring Protocol and Illuminati there in 15th and 16th. Both teams that are not currently competing this week. And that's why what we were saying earlier, 7, WallStreetBets, Dope Esports, and Yo, 17th through 19th. They are creeping up on those two squads. And if WallStreetBets just maintains, which I'm sure you would be excited for, they could even leapfrog Boring Protocol.
Oh, they will. Drago, OP. I can already hear it.
So what you're saying is it's a hold on WallStreetBets. We got to see how it all works out, slow but steady. We'll see where they land out for sure. Great conversation. I'm so glad to be back with you guys up here on the stage, but conversation happening out in the bleachers as well. Get involved. Use the hashtag PMPL. We're on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, etc. You can find us all over the internet. Follow us on the internet. Just don't follow us home. But the PMPL wants you involved in that conversation as well. So jump in, drop the hashtag, and let's get it done. So it's a lot of fun seeing all these teams kind of stand up, but who makes up the teams are our players. You guys have already dropped out a couple of names here so far, but when it comes down to the PL, these are the people that make everything run. Seven, talk to me about who has been impressing you the most.
Oh, I mean, there's just been so many, baby. There's so many surprises here. We have Polo at the top with 43 kills, 8,100 damage, and I'm actually going to mention 19 Esports currently with a massive surprise, being able to at least have 3 players here. And by the end of this Super Weekend, with the way Acer's been playing, I wouldn't be surprised if maybe we end up seeing Acer as well on this leaderboard right here. We do have Natsu right there with 31 points, 6,200 damage. Jay as well for XSET. I mean, XSET right now is just playing insanely when it comes to kills. They have 118 kills in comparison to what the Panthers have been able to put up with regards to 93 kills. We do have Rain. You know what? I'm gonna hold off on Rain for a little bit because we have some amazing stuff to talk about him here in a bit. And then we have Tensa as well, which been able to put up a lot of great stats here. With Polo being able to put up, I think it's 7 kills yesterday, 1.1k damage. Natsuo yesterday was able to put up 11 kills, 2k damage, and Carnage was able to put up 5 kills, 1k damage. Not their best day, but definitely up to par with what we're expected here. And Glitter, I know you want to talk about Rin, so take it away.
Listen, I have to, okay? He was too good yesterday to not talk about. I mean, you guys saw it there on your screen. Rin was currently in 3rd place, but he's only 1 kill behind Tensa. Those top fraggers were sorted by kills, okay? But he had more than 1k damage more than what Tensa had while he was on the standings. So, I mean, alone, he had I believe it was 2 1k plus damage games Rin did, and then over 3,100 damage in a single solitary day. 21 kills. I mean, almost 50% of all of his Super Weekend damage that we just saw on those stats 7 is from yesterday alone. Yep. So Rin is just scary right now. But of course, then we also saw Moso up there for the Panthers, and the Panthers just kind of got continuously better throughout the day. And like you said, they finished it up with back-to-back chicken dinners. But then Coops, you were always giving so much love to Coops as well. We got a Knight sighting up there. Coops is continuously at the top for Knights. I mean, he's the only player on the right side of that graphic that had over 6k damage. Okay, he's still dealing the damage. He just didn't have as many kills. He had over 1,800 damage yesterday. I mean, there are so many impressive players right now on our top 10.
Yeah, and something that I actually wanted to mention in regards to Rin is how many kills he has been able to steal from everyone else. He was able to get 13 knocks yesterday, and then, as you mentioned, he was able to get 21 kills. So for him to be able to steal that many kills and in a way pad his stats and be able to help out his team, that is huge. Because remember, 1 kill equals 1 point.
That's the padding of the stats. You know, padding of the stats, that's the fun part about it, is that, like, 1 kill equals 1 point. So, like, technically you're playing for the team, if you're being a little bit selfish. But the Panthers, you mentioned Moso, they have been lights out. Myself, you, everybody's been excited about them. Zute has been really excited about them. He's going to tell you why they've been so impressive. Let's roll out to Zute and check out his deep dive.
Class is in session, ladies and gentlemen. We're back with another deep dive with none other than yours truly, Professor Zute. And like F. said, we're going to take a look at the Panthers. And without further ado, let's go ahead and take a look at the clips that we have. So in the very first, I want you guys to notice is the split formation that the Panther utilizes when playing from the edge. They're using a 2-1-1 split. Now this split is really good because they keep 2 players closer to the center of the circle, as that is their potential entry point into the next zone. They have 1 player in the back with direct support line of the 2 entry fraggers. And then of course, you always got to have the off angle player here where Frady is. That player is very flexible when a fight breaks out. He can rotate for the flank. He can rotate to support. You always need that 4th player in that position. Now, when we keep the clip playing, you'll see the zone shifts up to the northeast, away from the Panthers. One thing that I love about teams that play from the edge is that they utilize wrapping rotations. But one mistake a lot of teams make, though, when playing from the edge is that they will wrap and avoid fights for far too long. In this situation, the Panthers could wrap around to either side, but a strong team like the Panthers, they realize towards the late game, there's only one way in. You got to fight your way in. You got to take control of the strong advantage position in the late game, and of course, Ghost Gaming. Who else other than Ghost Gaming would be in the way of the Panthers, but they don't shy away from the fight. So let's take a look at how the fight breaks out now. In the very beginning of this clip, you'll notice that the Panthers get a very quick knock onto HH24. Keep in mind, though, the Panthers have been setting up on Ghost Gaming this entire time. They have been scouting Ghost Gaming's position. They have been trying to exploit their weakness this whole time. And finally, the first knock comes through. HH is down. It's a 4v3 situation. And another thing that the Panthers do so well is they don't rush the fight. They reset back here, once again, similar to what they did earlier against Ghost. They reset, they try and get more information once again, and once they get that information, they will make their next play. You'll see as this fight breaks out, they're taking shots back and forth, they're calming with each other, and then they send one player down for the push. They keep 3 in the back for the support lines because they want to maintain control. They don't want to commit everything just yet. This player gets the flush, gets more information, tries to bait out the Ghost team. Ghost doesn't bite. And Ahuaya right here, though, he gets the next opening knock. And with that second knock, this is when the Panthers spring into action. They took their time a few seconds earlier, but off that second knock, Ghost Gaming gets taken down so quickly. Using the car play, using the smokes to their advantage, and Spec in a 1v4 does manage to knock one, gets the knock, gets the thirst, but Ghost Gaming gets eliminated, and the Panthers take control of one of the stronger positions by fighting their way in. I love to see. They are not scared to fight, and they took down Ghost Gaming, which considerably is one of the best defensive teams in the PMPL North Americas. But of course, the Panthers, they're one of the best offensive team. So that does it for today's deep dive. Back to you, F. Dot.
Thanks a lot, man. Great stuff coming out from Zute as per usual. For those that don't know, top player coming in here, lending us his talents and showing us why the Panthers and teams like them are just so successful. 7, Glitter. I love the way Zute kind of broke that down and told us not just how they found it, but also their play style, because that's a big thing. When we look at our different teams, we got to see who's defensive, who's offensive, and at the end of the day, who's getting the wins. So it's a lot of fun to kind of see these all breaking down so far. But Glitter and 7 are going to be returning to us in just a little bit as we take a look towards our first matchup. There they are. Hello, man. Wasn't that a fun deep dive looking at how offensive this Panthers team is, Glitter?
I mean, that was probably one of my favorite plays all day yesterday. We kind of watched that unfold while we were, listening to the casters. It was one of those things where I was like, they're just gonna push Ghost. Like, they are so confident right now. They make such intelligent decisions. It's something we've talked about before, but yeah, definitely a fantastic play.
7.
I mean, she took the words right out of my mouth, all right? She's Glitter Damas for a reason. She knew exactly what I was going to say. But yeah, I agree with her. I mean, the confidence that this team has been able to showcase has been just amazing. And as we go here to some of the stats, Glitter, I mean, just look how this team is performing in Sanhok.
I know, and I don't even think that we were prepared to see just how well they were doing on Sanhok. I mean, we saw their performance pick up at the end of the day, but then when I look back at their stats, they have had top finishes on Sanhok 2 out of the 3 days from last week as well. It was a 2nd and a 3rd place finish. So this is a map that clearly they're just comfortable on, even when we know it's one of the most chaotic maps they could possibly be on. Still doing a really decent amount of damage on Erangel, with their highest number of knockouts being on Erangel as well. Their damage received being high there, not surprising. I think that's just the case across the board, and Miramar being the one place they struggle. So, I mean, honestly, in general, this is actually a pretty well-rounded performance for this team, and we're going to see that reflected in the team stats as well, 7.
Yeah, we definitely are. I mean, when it comes to you wanting to have your roster playing out of their mind, this is a roster that's kind of doing that. Look how currently close they are in regards to damage. All of these players, and some of them haven't even played the full 12 matches. I am going to look at Freddy here, as he's been able to put up pretty much the most damage out of everybody. But I also want to go to Mozo because even though he's only played 17 matches, he's been able to put up the most kills. And not only that, we always talk about a team being able to have a great roster and a great person to back you up in case something happens to one of your main squad members. Well, Illusion has been able to do just that. He has only played 3 matches, but every single match he played, he's been able to average at least 3 kills. And on top of that, he's been able to average 486 damage per match, which I think that's huge considering what the other players are doing.
I mean, it's insane. It's part of the reason why the Panthers have found their way to the top. But if you want to be at the top, you can grab yourself a OnePlus with flagship performance and immersive 120 hertz display, technology made specifically for the gamers like HyperTouch. The OnePlus 9 and the 9 Pro are your best shot to climb the ladder and the leaderboards. So awesome. Thank you so much to OnePlus for pushing forward. As we push forward into the games, Glitter and Seven have been hanging out, and they're going to be joining me in the post game. Before we get into game number 1, I want to reflect a little bit on how these teams have been working out and where we're going. You saw a couple of maps as far as Panthers are concerned. These are the maps as far as our day is concerned. Erangel and Miramar will be flopping back and forth, but we do have the secret Sanhok over there at number 4. So we will see a big old party on the island. Always exciting watching the craziness, I think is the effective word for Sanhok gameplay. That's probably the right one to use. You over there raising the roof, 7, you excited about Sanhok?
Yep, that's it. As soon as you mentioned Sanhok, I just start dancing. I don't know what it is, man. It gets me going, and it's usually a map where a lot of teams that might not be going their way, they can kind of take advantage of some of the other stuff that the teams are doing. Maybe they're able to third party a lot easier. Maybe they're able to snake. Whatever it is, Sanhok is always my favorite map.
Glitter, I'm going to go to you for this question. So we've seen Knights look really strong during the regular week, and then kind of fall down a little bit when it comes down to Super Weekend, both last week and this time around. How are they going to perform today?
I mean, I had my hopes pretty high when they came out of the gate yesterday with a chicken dinner, and then they just kind of, like you said, they slowed down after that. I'm hoping that they're able to pick it up. They have no excuse this time around. Okay, everybody's here, everybody's ready to play. So I'd like to see some stronger games out of them, and I think today might be the day. For some reason, day 2-7 feels like the magical day for a lot of teams.
Yes, I mean, this is the halfway point of Super Weekends. These teams need to start kind of turning it up here. They need to start getting ready, especially for the teams that are currently on the first page. They need to start getting ready for them finals too, because it's only going to be, 3 days, 4 days for the finals? I can't even remember, but they need to be ready, all right?
Well, we are ready for map number 1. Glitter and 7, thank you so much. Always holding it down. Always excited hanging out with you guys. But I've got some more friends alongside that I want to say hello to. We got Mustache Dave and Inviram, Paul Toddkill. They're going to be hanging out with us, bringing you the action. Dave and Viram, good to see you guys.
Oh, so good to be back, Tom. Thanks for joining us here. More PMPL action. I'm feeling fantastic, and Dave, I know you're feeling great too.
I had to take the Zute pose right there. Man, I love that segment. I love the pose. Zute, Professor Zute right there. Beautiful. But I'm looking forward to today here in Viram. Big day, like they mentioned on the desk. F-Dot looking at the Knights. Me, personally, I'm looking at the Panthers to continue slaying the lobby and demonstrating to everybody in NA they're number 1 here. They're number 1 in the region.
I mean, they're certainly making a claim for it right now. Another impressive day. I think any questions about their consistency at this point have just been squashed out. They brought a style of play to the lobby that I think was a little bit unique, given the fact that most of the teams, they're going full sends early, center of circles, time and again, take your compounds, fight it out. But the Panthers were, they're playing edge. They were creeping in. And now, slowly but surely, as the weeks have progressed, we've started to see more teams take cues from that. We've started to see more teams play around the similar style. And I actually feel like we see a balance, a good mix of both of those strategies in these lobbies now, Dave, which is really cool to see teams experimenting with different strats here at the highest level of pro play.
For sure. And if there's one thing that I would like for the Panthers to kind of pick up on, just so they can be that number 1 squad in the region, look at their stats. I think it has to be their kills. Looking at those teams near them up there at the top,
their kills a little low compared to those other squads up there. But regardless, you got Frady, almost 5K, Jay, almost 5K, Legal, almost 5K. Like, that's the whole team. Not Moso, almost 5K. So all four of their main kind of star players, almost 5K damage. So everybody's putting in work here in Viram.
They are indeed. And if you didn't notice, we're back. We're rehosting the lobby.
Oh,
One of the
what happened?
Might have disconnected. I think one of the players might have disconnected here, Dave, but that's okay because we're getting back into it. We want to make sure that everything is solid because I want to remind everybody at home, we have 15 games over the course of a super weekend, and every single one has $1,000 up for grabs if you're able to pick up that chicken dinner. So we want to make sure everything is good. All the players are locked in, ready to go, because we want to make sure we have the highest quality of tournament here to make sure that every single player has that shot at that $1,000, Dave, because let's be real. That's a lot of money over the course. That's 45 grand.
So talking about making that cash money here, I think, this is going to be their first super weekend. They had yesterday, they got today. Let's check in with the video to listen in and hear their expectations. Roll the clip.
Hi everyone, I'm joined by Jay of Team Yo, and we kind of wanted to dive into the team's thoughts going into the season and where we're at right now. So here after the first week of PMPL, I kind of wanted to get your thoughts on what your expectations are now for Yo.
The first week wasn't the best for us, but we talked about it after what happened, what we did wrong. And we're positive we're going to do better this week, and we're going to make it to the next super weekend.
All right. And so if you guys are able to rack up enough points in the super weekend and make it to the America's Championship, like, that's a pretty big leap. What are your team's thoughts on that?
Well, we're up for the challenge. We want to make that happen. So it would be another accomplishment for us as a team.
Other than the America's Championship and obviously PMPL, what are the hopes and dreams of you and the squad for the rest of 2021?
Well, this squad, we're going to stick for a while and try our best to build up the synergy as a team since it's a new team. And hopefully we're going to be here for the next PMPL.
Yeah, I like it. So the last question is specifically for you. You've said that you're a tier 2 player. You're making the jump to tier 1. What is the biggest difference from tier 2 to tier 1 competition?
The biggest difference is that all of the teams know what they're doing. They play smart. The gun skill is different. The type of how the teams play as because usually in tier 2, NA especially, they go for clips. So everything's for fun. Tier 2 is just for fun, right? But now in T1 is like everything is serious. You can't make small mistakes, or if you make small mistakes, as Starlight said, tier 2 mistakes, you're gonna have to leave them behind because this is another tier of comp.
So does that mean there are J highlight clips somewhere out there in the internet?
Yeah. I have a new account, so it's not a lot.
All right. Well, hey, man, the clips are there. Welcome to tier 1 and best of luck to you and the rest of you.
Thank you.
Shout out to Jay right there from Yo, and shout out to BTOWN as well. Fantastic interview here. We're about ready to get into match number 1. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go.
Let's do it. Let's get into this first game of the day. Thank you all so much for joining us here for the PMPL North America Season 2 of 2021. And we're getting things going. Basically the same playing path, just from a different angle. So it's basically the same. Come on, that's not too bad. We'll take that. And thank you also so much to OnePlus with the OnePlus 9 Pro. Being such a fantastic partner here for the PMPL. Dave, let's get day number 2 underway.
Let's go. Day number 2. $1,000 per chicken dinner. And back to my point, the Panthers, okay? They're going to finish number one. I heard the desk, they're like, are they going to finish number one today? They're like, nah, not today. I was listening, I'm like, oh my goodness, because I definitely think this is the squad. I was shocked. I definitely think this is the team to keep your eyes on here. They surprised a lot of people. They surprised me. I didn't have my eyes on them last week, but they have been consistent almost every day they play. Yesterday, they had a third place, they had a first place, and a second place. And even though those games that they don't get top 5, they get kill points to kind of offset that. So honestly, when I look at other teams, no one else is doing that like they are here as of right now. And look at the playing path getting into the game here. The Panthers 19E, we saw this yesterday in game number 3. We saw 19E, they lost to really early on. It looks like we might have a rematch down here possibly.
Oh, we might. Definitely something to keep an eye on. Didn't go so well for 19 Esports the last time we saw this one. Nice. This might be one of the kindest first circles we've seen yet, Dave. This is dead center. Lots of area still in play. Because the nature of the playing path will make it a little bit more difficult to traverse, but something to keep an eye on. And I even want to take it a step further, talking about, Seven made a great point yesterday about the Panthers. They were on the front page every single game. They finished with back-to-back chicken dinners. It does not get more consistent than that. I didn't think it was going to be possible for somebody to pull back on that lead. You can see on the left side of your screen there that XSET has over, that XSET had over the lobby. They were up by like 40 points at one point. But no, the Panthers have been able to do it, Dave, and they did it in a single day of Super Weekend play. That's absolutely insane. And when we're looking up at the top, I want to spin things around a little bit. Also got to look down towards the bottom a touch. Illuminati there, Dave, 58 points, but they're not playing the Super Weekend, which means that all those squads that have come in, those 3 new teams, that's the line that they're aiming for, that they're aiming to cross.
Yeah, we were kind of talking about that line here yesterday. We were talking about WallStreetBets, we were talking about Yo, and we were talking about Dope Esports LLC. And I think it was game number 1. You and I, we kind of theory crafted that out of those 3 teams, I know I said this at least. I said out of those 3 teams, WallStreetBets is probably that one squad that can really utilize this weekend to hold up here though. Acer at a picnic table, just enjoying the sunny day here on Erangel. Taking some shots here.
Yep, definitely been spotted now. Shots are raining back in return. Acer is on an island, off on their own. Welcome to Narnia, population Acer. Oh, the Panthers are here too. Going in with the shotgun. At some point, somebody is going to shoot him, and it will be bad. As I say this, though, Acer finds 2, finds 3. What? Acer, no, you're not allowed to do it. Okay. They shut him down, but the other members have shown up. What?
What did I just watch?
Okay. No amount of analysis in the world will make that make sense to me. So we're just going to collectively move on, I've decided. And maybe we'll get a replay, in which case I'll close my eyes and pretend I didn't see it.
We need a replay. We do
Yeah.
need a replay. I need to see what happened. And I think the Panthers are also going to be watching from the sidelines to figure out what happened. Because it looked like to me, now, Paul, stop me if I'm wrong here. It looked like to me it was a 1v4, I think.
Yep.
And Acer was inside the shack in the closet by themselves.
Okay. Yep.
And it also looked like the Panthers surrounded that shack.
Yeah, okay.
With
So
4.
far.
They had 4.
Yep. They had 4. It was
And
1 with a 1 Acer.
1 Acer.
Yeah.
And it looked
4
like
Panthers.
at least 2 of them went into the shack first. One was jumping from the window, trying to get those shots to the window. And then that didn't work, so we all just went into the shack. And died. Kind of, I think.
Acer the murder hobo. Good to know. That was insane. I think Leon came in at the end to clean up because Acer was able to get 3 down by themselves. It honestly felt like they just kind of like stood in front of each other and like didn't allow any shots to actually go inside. Somebody tried to get cheeky with a shotgun, and their cheekiness was absolutely smited. So we just spent, I don't know how long in that opening segment.
20 minutes?
Our opening segment. 20 minutes. Hyping
an hour?
up the Panthers.
An hour?
Yeah.
Okay.
Probably an hour. We've probably spent an hour hyping up the Panthers. And they just go and do that. So, Dave, there's a thing called hubris. Are you familiar with hubris?
If it has to do with me 5 minutes before saying the Panthers are the best team in NA, then yeah, I think I know what hubris is.
Yeah, it's different from hummus. I discovered recently.
Which I love.
No,
what? You
also
just
great.
discovered hummus?
No, I'm kidding.
Oh, here we go.
It's basically having too much pride and maybe being a little bit too confident.
The M16
Well, I think if that was the
burst
case.
fire, too.
Yeah. And then Leon came in, and they couldn't even thirst any of the...
Acer with the body block there towards the end. Dude, the
Well, 19, he got a little bit of
burst fire.
revenge. M16, that was insane.
What's
That's where I
humorous,
heard it.
though? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Hubris. It's too much pride. A little bit too
pride.
much pride. And I think we maybe got a little bit too much pride there from the Panthers, going in with shotguns, trying to get fancy, jumping in around the window. I think maybe that might take them down a notch. And actually might be a little bit good for them, because remind them that they are still, despite how good they've been looking, despite how fantastic they've been playing, despite how consistent they are. Yeah, again, every single game yesterday on the front page in terms of points.
Yeah.
I think this might be not the worst thing ever for them. A little gut check.
Well, I'm starting to think the Panthers, they had the recipe to the sauce, They had too much sauce right there. And now I'm thinking they just got all juice. And I'm hoping that's not the case. So they got about 4 more games to go. I'm going to stick with they're still the most consistent team in the lobby based on just stats alone. Not that one play that just happened.
I love the slight shift.
Based
Going
on
from the
stats.
best to the most consistent.
Most consistent team in the lobby
Yes.
based on stats
Yes.
alone. Now, some would say, can they work on their 4v1s? Yeah, sure. I totally get it. Besides that, though, 4 more games. I'm not sweating. I'm not worried.
Oh, no.
But that's going to open it for XSET, though. And, on a serious note, that's going to open up this game for XSET to take back that first place spot.
Hey, Will, and side note, this has to be my favorite US skin in the game. That is just amazing. I love it. No, this opens up a huge potential for those other squads that are right up there at the top. XSET in particular. They were only down by, I think, 3 points coming into this for that number 1 spot. And, I mean, even if you're just another squad in the lobby, period, one of the heaviest hitters, or maybe the heaviest hitter in the lobby, in terms of consistency, able to make it to those final circles, has been knocked out. That is one less element that you have to deal with. That's huge. And now, also taking a look at the circle and everything, as we're going to rotate in, teams have to think about, okay, do we feel more comfortable maybe playing edge? One less team that's likely going to be playing there. Do we want to send further into the circle, knowing that there's a less of a chance of the Panthers coming up behind us? This is going to create a lot of interesting discussion about how the rest of the squads in the lobby want to play this. That is just how impactful the Panthers have been.
Yeah. Totally. You nailed it right there. Because every team knows that the Panthers always play that slow, long game on the edge. And honestly, with their performance here, that might play a factor in other squads not wanting to play the edge because they don't want to run into them possibly. So with that in mind, that might open up that edge play here for a couple squads. We do see Dope Esports up there, UYU, XSET, and BTOWN, all 4 of those teams who will need to rotate into zone now that we have a nice little shift out here to the west.
And we're seeing a fight breaking out here between looking at their expectations. Yeah, we just want to stick together. We want to build our synergy as a squad. This is a great opportunity to do so. I believe they were already able to pick up a kill onto one of the members of Pro Era, catching them out on rotation. Fishy at range. But the vehicle, not the best spot for that day. Potentially already taking some damage to those tires. That's not where you want to be. And Pan is now stuck out in a bit of a rough spot. We'll try and rotate with the rest of the team. Great use of that smoke there to be able to do so. Pan will have to take a little swim, but Pro Era, I think, will be able to reset off of this.
They might be able to. They already lost one of their squad mates in the process. Fishy across the river trying to lay down that suppression fire. And honestly, talking to Pan kind of before these games today, I'm a fan. I've been watching this squad throughout the league play, throughout the super weekends, and I'm like, okay, they're just a wild bunch. And Fishy, they are definitely a wild bunch, but they have some ex-vets on the squad, like ex-pros. They have that experience, and then they got Pan, the new blood on the team. Same thing with Huge Jazz right there, new blood on the team. So I'm really curious to see how those can synergize here, because yeah, they might have some competitive experience, but all things considered, it's a new team working together. So I always cheer for those new squads here coming together.
Oh, 100%. I mean, they're not necessarily as much of an underdog story, like you said, because they have some of those more veteran members. He gets been in the scene forever.
Yeah.
This guy has been around the block a few times. Fishy as well, is a player that we've seen. I still harken back. I think it was on Sanhok playing on the edge of those cliffs, and just Fishy just never dying and just being able to survive incredible odds. That's what comes to my mind when I think about this Pro Era squad. So I want to see them just string it together. Again, we see flashes of brilliance from this team, but they're sort of the antithesis of the Panthers' level of consistency. They either look amazing, or I look at the feed midway through the game and they've been killed at some point and we didn't even see.
Yeah, and they know that too. They know, like, and we're talking Pro Era still, they know that their play style is either hot or cold. There's no in the middle, and that's really what's been hurting them, in my opinion. So talking about being in the middle, looks like Lazarus getting caught in the middle of some gunfire over here. UYU already 2 members down. Lazarus making the pull-up.
Well, they are indeed, and we're seeing Fears going in, trying to make something happen. Rest of the members are there. Jag is down in the back, so they're going to try and split the rest of UYU in half. Nemesis, great little strafe. The hip fire, absolutely solid. And Joey's flanking around on the outside, but it all comes down to the last one standing for UYU. It is Nemesis looking to try and thirst as many as they can. 2 members of Lazarus are still up. Joey will come in and try and take this fight, and will be able to do so. That AK rings true. Lazarus take down UYU.
Yeah, Nemesis is good, but Joey is just better right there in that situation. And you love to see it, because last week I know Joey was telling me the squad, they want to ramp up their aggression. They're looking to take some more fights early on. And right there was a prime example of coming up with a new strategy and just executing that. And right in time as well. The next zone goes up, and look who it is on top of the mountain, up there on the top, 19E.
And keep in mind, they rotated all the way up from military, so they have gone the distance so far. But this circle, ooh, these are some fun ones all around Everest. And if the circle continues to center up like it does, we could see some very exciting plays on the cliffs surrounding this. I'm excited to see what these squads can do to try and find a power position, because they're kind of few and far between around here. There's a lot of very exposed terrain. So these teams that are getting these early rotations in, they're going to have a huge advantage. And this is exactly what I'm talking about, Dave.
There's a US on a roof right there. I think the hit list might have just YOLO sent it. They lost one in the process, quickly realizing this just isn't the play, making that quick U-turn, as Nova will be able to continue to fire them off of their current spot. And you were talking about rotates. We were talking about 19E from military base, making it up here, while BTOWN and Dope wide rotate all the way up there to the north. Just wanted to keep tabs on that one, as we're still going to be looking at Rin. Rin, yesterday, back to back, #1 on the MVP list.
Absolutely insane play. Some of the most individual damage maybe the most individual damage we have seen one player put up so far. A threat to everybody else in the lobby. Something we're keeping an eye on is now did you follow on with Yo, this time crashing into Syndicate, who are taking a ton of damage. I think there has to be a third party getting involved here. Maybe it's Knights, because I'm seeing these Syndicate health bars just get absolutely chunked. Maybe it's somebody up on the high ground. Either way, Syndicate is in a rough spot as Rad is just trying to stabilize, get inside the building, get meted up. They will be able to do so for now, Dave, but again, like I said before, there aren't a lot of powerful positions in this circle, which means I wouldn't be surprised if more teams try and get involved in this fight.
Yeah, we can see you were talking about definitely carnage up. They were overlooking this fight, looking at these smokes, trying to get some shots in. Looks like Purge, Spring, and Spray all going to be throwing these smokes, trying to close this gap, trying to get up close and personal in the face right now of Syndicate.
That's the plan, and they're pushing in through the cover of these smokes. Nades come out on the defensive from Syndicate, going through both sides. The team is trying to bait these out with the footsteps. Ooh, good nade from Rad in the back, doing quite a bit of damage. The first nade will be able to come off, but Salty holding this close angle. Asun underneath, actually in the basement. Keep an eye on that as the Molly comes out, looking to force them back. Rad, this anchor player, that is one of the key ones. can use the TPP to look around and see exactly where these Yo players are pushing from. Will be able to do a decent amount of damage with the nades, but Dave, the longer this goes on, the higher a chance a third party does come in. I can see Xenox in the back potentially looking to join, but Salty gets the opening knock. This is the chance for Syndicate to go, picking up multiple kills here. Here come the nades. Rad's gonna go down though. Beautiful counter as Yo is holding on, trying to survive. Both teams at blows right now as Knights come in on the outside, continue to do that third party damage, but Yo is in trouble. Iris, the last one, trying to run away and stabilize as Syndicate are able to hold up through all of this, but Dave, Yo's almost out.
They're almost out, and here comes the third party from Alucard and Xenox from the Knights on the outskirts, wrapping around right in time because that next zone did pop, so this fight is right there on the edge, but it is up to Iris now, the last survivor for Yo.
Great job there from Syndicate. Those counter nades were beautiful. They were able to use the defensive hold, the TPP, and they cooked them to perfection. As Yo is trying to do the same. Iris, the last hope for the team here. And both of these squads will have to move because, like you said, Dave, the circle did pop, and they are not alone.
In the basement. That was the play. 120 Ace-on popped out the basement. It was nothing but shots from there. And the counter grenades getting thrown back and forth. For a second there, I thought Yo might have came out on top right there. Just maybe. But at the end of the day, looks like Syndicate probably going to get this dub out of the two. But Xenox in the back line going for a wide rotate. Keep your eye on Xenox, looking to potentially get involved here.
Potentially. That may be less likely as we're looking to see multiple fights break out. Alucard potentially with Ogilvy here as we're seeing BTOWN getting into a bit of a scrap this time with Dope. Casper will be able to get the trade, but Nox on both sides. Nice job here from BTOWN looking to push their advantage as the circle is coming in. This was the clear path to this next circle. And Dope with a 2-2 split, but a little bit too split, Dave, because Flawless and Nesquik could offer no support to that fight.
Yeah, and here comes Pro Era as well, wrapping around the mountain from the north to the west here. They do have two vehicles. They might have heard those shots, but Ogilvy pulling up onto Nova.
I mean, every single one of these teams looking to get involved and fight. We're seeing both these teams do that right here as Glass could try and survive on the inside of this structure. But Rin is just too big, and what a surprise, Rin. I said every other player in the lobby should be fearing them, and it's plays like that that show exactly why. Beautiful defensive hold from Nova Esports, able to push off all comers. And Dave, they are now dead center of this next circle. As we're seeing BTOWN continue to make the rotate, this time with the cars, the run over, looking to finish what they started. Flawless is already down. Nesquik is not long for this world.
Yeah, very important little dip too. Oh, I was going to say if they can win it. Okay, it looks like they will be able to get this. So BTOWN, a critical dip right now in this zone right there on the edge because that will block those scent lines from XSET and hopefully allow XSET to kind of play that guardian role for them for now. Because remember, Pro Era, they're in that general area also. So BTOWN have a couple moments to catch their breath, but talk about catching your breath. Ace-on. Might have lost a couple breaths right there, almost running right into the Knights.
I mean, the Knights are so close. They ended up rotating in underneath Syndicate. We may actually have a bit of an advantage here positionally. We'll keep an eye on this as we're seeing 19 Esports fighting off the comers of Pro Era, who decided it was time to climb a bit of a mountain themselves. Taking a look here at Everest, which will not be in this next circle. The way the shifts are. They don't have far to go, though, Dave. This was a pretty good shift for them, all things considered. But a better nade from Sam.
Sam with the arm right there. Karn is dropping down, immediately spotted, and then Sam.
Seagut.
What? Seagut is putting in the work right here. The two frontliners from 19E.
I mean, that's huge. They just didn't know he was there. They jumped right over top of his head, and he just turned around and dismantled both of them. And in a flash, this power position that 19 Esports have is suddenly, inches away from slipping through their fingers. But that's not the only fight that's breaking out here, Dave. This first game on Erangel, nothing like yesterday. These teams know what's up. They're here to fight. They're here to get those points. And I talked about the high ground positional advantage for Syndicate, and boy, did they make it look good. Are you kidding me? They just absolutely wrecked the Knights. They are gone.
Syndicate taking out the Knights. Just getting so many kill points right now. Now they need to take out Nova if they want to continue to survive. And talk about surviving. Fishy in the open, very questionable play right there. Looking to rotate, possibly catch an angle onto the duo above, playing King of the Hill.
And the thought process wasn't wrong. Like, taking the vehicle down, get behind the cover of that rock, yes, but don't jump out of your vehicle behind. As we're seeing fights continue to break out here, Dave. This time, it's cross-country
Lazarus
action of... Lazarus is in this too? Okay, there's there's 4 squads involved in this fight, and Ghost is an inch from just going down here. Bayo, though, says absolutely not, and just turns this back around all by themselves. 6 or 2 members of Lazarus. BTOWN is here, as well as XSET on the high ground. I mean, talk about the bag of Skittles, Dave. This is every single color of Skittle just being tossed in a blender as BTOWN is just trying to survive. The third parties are coming in from all sides as Ghost actually looks like they'll be able to stabilize. HJ24 will get revived, and Telly with the frag.
Yeah, these Skittles definitely sour, man. All these flavors just combined, just not the taste. And Telly, the last one up right now. Ooh, gonna be getting a nice flick onto Bayo, who just popped that smoke. Telly with 4 kills so far. HH not appreciating the sneaky snake from Lazarus right behind him. Not sure they'll be able to pick up Bayo, and across the way, Spec with the headshot. The distance right there from the M4.
I mean, they don't care about the distance. If somebody from Ghost Gaming sees you and they've got a shot on you, they will take it and they will make you pay for it. Spec feeling the presence felt everywhere on the map right now as the circle continues to shrink. Still 8 teams left and alive, but BTOWN is the immediate threat. XSET are letting these squads fight it out amongst themselves. They'll come in at the end when they have to, and they'll have to, Dave, because the circle shifts right out in the open, and Nova are in a great position if they can get Yi back up in this 19 on the high ground. But it's right now Ghost Gaming to try and hold the angle, and they cannot.
Yeah, now they're getting pinched from Syndicate, who somehow were able to maneuver past Nova there on the edge, and they're dead center. So Bayo, HH24, trying to get these grenades, but Telly, the one-man wrecking ball right here, not scared. There's the double. Can he get the triple? Pulling up here, Drake, 1v1, 1v1. Looks like Drake will be getting the final blow onto Telly, but at what cost? BTOWN almost losing their life right there.
I mean, 2 players down, but a valiant effort from Telly to try and keep the team in this. But man, BTOWN is out. They are so exposed right now. This is absolutely crazy. They have a little bit of that terrain to try and work with, but one nade from Ghost Gaming could be the end of their run right here. As Grave, I don't think they necessarily appreciate how close Ghost Gaming is to them still, but they have to traverse this open ground to this next circle. And BTOWN, Dave, they're just sending it.
Ooh, they're sending it. That is indeed. And I feel like that might have been a missed opportunity from Ghost. They saw Telly up there just putting in the work, and it looks like Bayo popping in that vehicle, trying to send it to the field, will be connected on, and now it's up to HH24.
Both teams had an identical plan. Each sent one player out to act as bait, and then each one left an anchor. HH24 did a ton of damage, and Grave did quite a bit as well. And in the end, having that numerical advantage, the 3v2, BTOWN was able to survive that little bit longer. As we're seeing XSET now. Dave, they have been oh so quiet. Look at these kill points. 8, 7. WallStreetBets in here too. But XSET only a single point, Dave. They have been letting every other team do the work, and they are going to walk in at the end, and hey, plan is collect $1,000.
That is the plan, and I'm not even mad because out of all the squads, they have 4 up. They have the numbers advantage, they have the health, they have the ammo, and the meds to go with it. So let's see if they can get this winner chicken dinner, $1,000 like you mentioned.
Still have quite a few strong teams to work their way through, though, as 19 is making their way down the mountain. The smokes are there. Beautiful damage from Nova as we're seeing WallStreetBets running into XSET. And Baba, the last one standing, will get absolutely dismantled. But in the process, XSET potentially put themselves in a bit of a rough position. Memory, great shots coming through. Connects on the 1. Can't find the second, though. Polo, that star player in the back. Damaged, but not done. As XSET is trying to reposition to get these revives off, but one nade from Memory could spell disaster as they continue to rain on in. Rin, is it good? Not good enough, as 19E now taking the damage from XSET of all teams. Dave, we're witnessing a bloodbath.
Moly! I really appreciate the pull up from XSET. They position their vehicles to block those sight lines, but everybody knows where they are. Grave back downtown, spotted And there goes 19E from the cover fire from XSET. But Jay looking to make a play of their own. Will be connecting out to memory.
Absolutely huge play from XSET being able to take down multiple members, but the trade backs from Nova are there. 2 are still up and standing, and only 1, it's Killswitch. Killswitch has been the last man standing for this team time and again, and Nova know exactly how much damage they've done. The nade comes in, the shots are there, the 2v1, XSET makes it a 1v1, Killswitch and Yi. It all comes down to this, Dave. Killswitch trying to get off the first aid, the nade is being primed. Will the first aid get off in time? Yes, it will. The nade comes in, looks to try and trade, confirms the kill on his own teammate. Yi going around, takes the first initial shot. The jump around the corner, and Killswitch gets it done!
Oh, yes. Listen, I love Nova, but Killswitch, I have been on that Killswitch hype wagon for about 2 seasons right there. And Rin, you can't downplay Rin's move right there. Rin was knocked out, right? Crawled behind the shack to pinpoint exactly where Killswitch was, and that intel was critical. But at the end of the day, you gotta hit them shots here in Miram.
You do. And I think going for the nade play, letting him get that first aid back off, if the push had gone through, but again, we can armchair warrior this all day. XSET got the win. Nova still tied them in terms of points, but XSET with that extra $1,000 feels that much sweeter as we take a look at the overall leaderboards. So many high kill games for these teams. Syndicate 10, Nova 11. Damn, Dave, what a start to this day.
Yeah, and I was trying to kind of mention the pull up from XSET onto that little shack. It was nice because they had the vehicles and they strategically placed them one after another to create a wall, to create a barricade from those snakes down in the south. Now, the only downside to that is it was really flashy. And we saw there at the end, Nova was like, nope, we are not going to let them take this power position. So they threw everything they had. They threw grenades, they threw mollies, and it put in a lot of work. It took out a lot of damage. But I think that was the play. I honestly think that was the play right there that got XSET the win.
100%, and you can see it there in 2 members of Nova up at the top, but Killswitch just going that little bit bigger. Absolutely incredible play from both squads, but particularly to Killswitch, who I feel like just through the luck of the draw is always that last player standing for XSET in time, and again has gone clutch for that team. What an explosive start to day number 1, Dave, and we still have 4 more matches in store for all of you, which means we need to head to a short break. When we come back, the analysts will break it down, and then back with more PUBG Mobile for game number 2.
OnePlus 9 Pro.
The OnePlus 9 Pro. Oh my god, this phone feels incredible. The best processor, 120 hertz, 12 gigs of RAM, and a Hasselblad camera. What more could you want?
The Hyper Touch on this bad boy is phenomenal.
The best model of OnePlus phone I have used to date.
Welcome back, folks. The PUBG Mobile Pro League pushes forward, and one map in the pocket as XSET rises to the top in amazing fashion. Just an explosive one. It's FDOT. It's the 7 World Gaming and Glitter Explosion one more time as we take a look at some of the more exciting points of this game. So, first of all, I mean, there were some big plays that we just have to cover. We'll show you all the numbers first, but 7, we got to take a look at Acer.
Yes, we do. I mean, you guys haven't gotten a chance. Maybe we'll show it tomorrow. I just saw Acer's POV of this, and it was insane. That man didn't even get touched. I don't know what the Panthers were doing. I don't know if they were just blocking each other's shots. I don't know what was happening here, but just enjoy this beauty in slow-mo and enjoy Acer. Even though his hands are shaky, he stays calm, he stays cool, he stays collected, and he's able to clutch up just enough time so Leon can come in and finish off the last guy and be able to pick him up. Because as you can see right there, that's when finally he gets touched by that last player. What? And then Leon's able to come in, clutch up. Overall, it was a major throw by the Panthers and an absolute beauty of a play for Acer.
That's the fun stuff. Glitter, I think you had some info on what the team comms are like.
No, I mean, they told him to stall. I'm sorry, how do you stall a 1v4? Yeah. I didn't think that was a thing you could do. And then Acer was like, somehow, did he have an invisible force field? He avoided bullets for the first 3 players on Panthers that pushed it. Acer, okay, calm down. It's just the first game of the day. You didn't have to do him like that. That was insane.
He just Tyson Fury those kids.
I mean, real talk, I'll be honest, this is kind of what I come to expect out of 19E. They show up or they don't, but when they do show up, bang, it's like that. And so really, really cool to kind of check it out. I think we've got top damage coming at you so we can see the numbers of the entire lobby and how everybody did on our first Erangel map. And at the end of the day, XSET does wind up on top. Yep. Nova Esports, though. Glitter, you know I'm coming to you. I mean, this Nova Esports team, it's fun to watch. I might be joining your side of the table.
I'm telling you, with the addition of Yi and YDD, they have just really been able to turn up overall as a squad, especially the performances coming out of Rin. You thought he might have been out when he got knocked early on in that game. No, bounces back, and Nova has a phenomenal showing. Like you said, FDOT, I mean, over 2K damage for XSET, and obviously the chicken dinner, which is, you'd said a couple times, 7, very similar to the performance we saw them have last weekend. They had a rough day 1, and then day 2 and 3 just really turned it on, and they started off today strong as well. 19 Esports, over 1,500 damage and 8 kills, but Syndicate stepping up here. 7. BTOWN has just 100%ed more damage, more kills than they did in the entirety of yesterday in one game. This is the BTOWN we were looking for.
I was hoping for it. I was hoping that you'd be able to call that out, because this is the BTOWN that I've been a fan of. This is a BTOWN that I've been a supporter of. Their aggressiveness, them being able to get kills, not only kills, now they're also being able to get some placement points as well. This is a BTOWN that I know they have even more potential than this. Remember, if you're just for some reason just tuning in into this PMPL NA Season 2, that team qualified through PMCO because they were the champs of that PMCO. So hopefully this is what we're going to be seeing out of them today. And I mean, going back with XSET, I absolutely agree with what you were saying there. I mean, we've seen this exactly last Super Weekend. On day 1, they were nowhere to be found. On day 2, they finally start showing up. And on day 3, they just had an amazing pop-off, especially with Polo being able to show up. So is that the same XSET that we're going to be seeing here? I can't wait to find out.
I think that's indicative of kind of how XSET works. You know, we have these teams that we consistently see up at the top. And I mean, at the end of the day, when I see XSET, I see a team that takes a little while to ramp up and then finally finds their position in. And, you know, the black and red totally make things work as we look towards the future. Our next map, though, going to be Miramar, and so we'll see how that changes things up for our players as they kind of hit the floor, because XSET wants to continue what they're doing. We've got a comparison graphic to kind of break this one down as we look at XSET and see where they've been playing.
Yeah, kill switch. Let me just tell you, kill switch. What were you on at the end, baby? I mean, look at this right here. This is, by the way, we should be, you know what? I'm actually not even going to talk about the graphic. Remove it. I'm going to talk about the player stats instead, because kill switch was able to pop off. He was able to get 980 damage, 3 kills, 2 knocks. And I mean, he got the kills when it mattered the most. He was able to show up when it mattered the most and be able to clutch that win as well there for XSET. So great performance, a great way for them to start this day number 2. And I can't wait to see. Also, I do want to give a shout out to Baba from WallStreetBets. You guys didn't get a kill, but you did get some placement points, and Baba was the only player that was able to get some damage from that team with 285 damage. So good job.
That's kind of the opposite of what we saw to Syndicate. Syndicate only get 1 placement point and then climb all the way up because they just find the frags. And I think that's the cool part about our format, is that whether you are better at finding the kills or better at getting your way towards the end of the game, both are technically viable. We've seen teams win both sides. So cool looking at some of these squads here. Glitter, I want to pick your mind a little bit as we took a look at this last game. I mean, what's on your mind? Who are you looking at? What is on the mind of Glitter Explosion?
Oh, man, I don't know. Moving into Miramar, we've got... I was not expecting XSET and Nova to come out so strong in that first game, so that they might end up going into a little bit of a lull into the next game, because that was a lot of stress. I'm looking at maybe Knights. Panthers need to bounce back after that play that we just saw. That they cannot start the day like that. They've got to have some sort of resurgence. I mean, Seven, who are you looking at?
Syndicate. I was waiting for you to say Syndicate. They had been so good every single time we go into Miramar. That's a team. I mean, and they started off hot today too. What's up with the Syndicate? Hopefully this is not a jinx, right? Hopefully this is not a, hey, let's start doing well in Erangel and kind of throw a Miramar. Actually, thinking about it, that'll be even better, because they do play a lot more Erangel. So you know what? I'll stick with it. It's okay if you guys you know, don't do well in the next Miramar, as long as you start doing great in Erangel.
That's the idea. I mean, that's why we play different maps. We've got Erangel, Miramar next up. We'll see even Sanhok today. And so you're able to kind of mix and match different spots here for sure. Our players and our teams are fun. Glitter, me, Seven, we've been hanging out. We've been watching these teams. We kind of know the guys a little bit. But if you don't, we've got a little video to get you familiar with who's playing in the PMPL. We'll see if that comes through in just a matter of moments. Bear with us, folks. But Seven and Glitter, I think it's been really fun kind of looking at some of the teams that have jockeyed for position, moved up and moved down. Like I said, I think the big story is Panthers, other big story being Knights. You really got to find a team that consistently puts things forward. That consistency is really, I think, what causes these teams to like find themselves. So last licks, real quick. Glitter, I know you've been the what did he call you? Glitter Damas? I'm not going to go down that route, but give me your prediction here.
We're gonna go downhill and we're gonna lose eventually, and I feel like today might be that day that it doesn't go so well for us. I don't know. I'm just not feeling the juju today. I don't have it. I don't have the power, but I'll try Knights.
No. I respect it. I was gonna say I would let you pass because we want to keep that power for later on, but Knights, we'll see if the sun rises on them. Thank you, Glitter. Thank you, Seven. We're going to switch over to our commentators. As always, you guys can get involved in the commentary as well. Hashtag PMPL. We're on YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, etc. Find us, and you can find the action. Again, one more time, Glitter and Seven, thank you so much for breaking it down. We're going to see where our teams play today. Miramar and Erangel are going to be the main focus for our squads here. Sanhok winds up on map number 4, but coming up next, we will head out to Miramar and see where our teams are able to deal with that. We've seen the stats. Some teams perform better there. Some teams, well, they need to get some work. Our commentators right now are ready to put in the work. Let's go to map number 2.
Thank you so much, Tom. Always great to have him back on the show. And Dave, was watching the stream back. We got a little bit of a delay, a lot of a delay. And that Acer 1v3, they reacted how I was hoping. That was quite a laugh. That was good. I enjoyed that.
So Acer had a UMP and the M16, and I was watching Acer's point of view as well because we got that in the Discord, and it looked nothing but headshots. Nothing but the Panthers would walk one at a time to that door. Acer, bam, 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 right there in the face. And I think Seven mentioned that the teammates like Carnage and then were telling Acer to stall. I think Acer stalled. I think he stalled though.
I mean, this doesn't quite apply to this game per se, but the best CC is death. And I think in this case, that's the best crowd control. You know, best way to get him out of it. Just get him out of your way. And Acer did just that. A really explosive start to that first game. We'll see if Miramar follows the same trend. I'm expecting us to slow down just a touch, to just tap the brakes, because we were talking about it, Dave, after that last game, how you and I felt like we were out of breath because it was one fight into another fight into another fight. That mid to late game, Erangel, it feels like all the jitters are gone. These teams are ready and willing to scrap.
Yeah, it was pretty exciting, and I think it was because we had such an explosive 1v4, you know, in the beginning to take out the Panthers. Who, no, I'm serious, because you made a good point too. The Panthers are definitely like a heavy contender in the lobby, especially you pointed out that they like to play that edge role, and they sweep up teams on the edge. I want to say like 8 out of 10 times. If you run into the Panthers, they win the fight. We saw with Ghost yesterday, and it happens all the time. So with them getting taken out early, that kind of opened up a lot of teams to feel a little more comfortable playing the edge, I feel like. And I don't think they really had the option because we kept getting those nice Western circle shifts. And then, of course, with Mount Everest in play, that's a big chunk of terrain that's really not the best to play. So it was exciting, to say the least.
Yeah, it was certainly an opening. We'll see if the teams are able to settle down a little bit. I know the adrenaline is pumping in moments like that at the end. Hands are shaking, palms are sweaty, all that good stuff. I'm not talking about spaghetti. Let's just get into things here on game number 2. Miramar up to bat. Let's get into the lobby. Dave, I'm ready. Will we see another... Okay, we are going to come back. Man, these hosts have been absolutely stellar today, so I'm just going to keep talking and just see our faces again in a minute as we get things sorted. As I said the last time, Dave, it's all about making sure these players are playing with the absolute best experience, because $1,000 is on the line for every single chicken dinner. So we want to make sure that the players and teams are as set up as they can possibly...
I'm looking at you. I'm listening to you talk, dude. Relax.
Okay. All right, I appreciate that.
I'm looking at you.
I appreciate that. All right.
Okay.
I looked the
keep
wrong
going.
way.
Keep going.
I had a 50% chance, and I messed it up again. This is the second time we've done this now. Darn it. Thanks, Dave.
All I know
Appreciate you.
is looking at the lobby, it is pretty stacked. And I'm looking at Syndicate in particular because they got one player, Brain, okay, with my face as their logo in game. So if you got my face as your logo, you already know you are definitely winning some games. And we saw last game, Syndicate, they got into a fight with Yo. They were trading punches back and forth with Nova, and they took out the Knights. So is there, you know, a correlation between getting a lot of kills and using my face as your logo? Maybe, possibly. I don't know. It's up for debate, you know, but we'll find out in this Miramar game here.
Absolutely. And I think that's definitely something to look at here. There's your logo. I mean, we know skins win games. Do logos also win games? I mean, that's a question. There's a lot of teams I don't feel like we necessarily got a chance to see as much of. We saw, you know, flashes of brilliance. Didn't get to see much from WallStreetBets. Lazarus' team we saw a little bit of, and they were able to go clutch. I'm hearing maybe we've got a video featuring them, so let's throw it to that, and we'll see you guys back for game number 2.
Hey everyone, I'm joined by Telly here of Lazarus. We're here talking a little trash about some of the teams. Maybe not trash, but giving some thoughts on some of the other teams in PMPL NA season number 2. So Telly, we want to ask, who do you think is the most aggressive team in the lobby?
Most aggressive would probably have to be Knights. I don't think there's any question about that one.
Why is that?
When you have a team full of gunners like Coops and Chico and Xenox, I mean, that's really the only play style you can play.
That's true. Well, if they're the most aggressive team, who are some of the big thinkers? Who are the most intelligent team that plays great macro here?
In my opinion, it's going to shock some people, but I would say Nova. I've been watching a lot of their gameplay, kind of diving into some of their VOD, and the way they play out the games is actually very intelligent. You can tell if they were able to execute it 100% of the time. I think the scoreboards are way heavily in their favor.
That's interesting. There's always a lot of pressure on Nova to perform, but glad that you're able to pick up on what they're at least attempting to do. Well, we know that there are certain slots that move on to the next level of competition. Who do you think are going to be some of the top 3 teams making it out of North America?
As of right now, I'd have to say Ghost, Lazarus, and Knights would be my top 3.
The classics. Even right now, after a bumpy start here in week 1 with the Super Week, you're still going with the classics here.
Oh, absolutely. That was more so just, I think a lot of these bigger teams needed a smack in the face of reality, like, hey, stop being so complacent. Some other teams would love to have your spot. And so we worked extra hard over the weekend trying to figure out what we did wrong and just, come back even better.
Gotcha. All right. Well, who are some of the up-and-comers that are from returning teams from Season 1, but maybe not the favorites, like a dark horse pick you got?
For me, that would probably have to be the Panthers. I really like their play style. I think they've got a lot to offer to the team. And, I mean, their performance in Week 1 kind of spoke for themselves.
We had 8 teams join from PMCL, and we're going to consider those guys newcomers. Who do you have your eye on out of the newcomers?
Out of the newcomers, it would definitely be BTOWN. I think those guys have the capability of playing in any Tier 1 lobby, PMC or not. They're not afraid to shoot. And I think it's only a matter of time before those guys reach their peak.
You and Glitter. You guys are like sipping that fine wine that is known as BTOWN. All right, and to close things out, how did you analyze your competition since Season 1? How did you start taking a look at it?
Really just looked at, the returning rosters and trying to get an idea and having extra VOD and information on what these teams are going to bring in. And then also looked at some of the teams that were formed and oncoming. And most of our adjustments were made to our own play style and strategy. Like previously we were a center heavy team. Like we loved to play for the RNG, and now we kind of switched that around and, playing some edge aggressive and just making adjustments to what they present is kind of helping us improve as a team as well.
There it is. Always a pleasure to get great insights from one of the top IGLs in North America. Telly, thanks for your time, brother.
Absolutely. Thank you.
I mean, you saw it there. It's all about, take a look at what your opponent's doing, but also not being afraid to make some adjustments to your squad as well. And it's interesting hearing these players think about it, Dave, playing the edge versus playing the center, something we've talked about a lot and will continue to develop. We'll see, maybe even in this next game, as we're hopefully getting back into Miramar here in just a few seconds.
Yeah, and I really appreciate the team that Telly was able to build here this season. Joey, G3, and Fierce. Let's get into the game. Let's see what that team can do. Let's see what Lazarus have in the tank here. Match number 2, Miramar. We're heading to the desert.
We are indeed. Thank you all so much for joining us, the fans who make this so fun week after week, watching these top teams go toe-to-toe. $1,000 for chicken dinners on the line in every single one of these super weekends. So we'll keep an eye on what these squads have in store for us. And hey, XSET starting things off with what? I mean, Dave, they put up some pretty impressive chicken dinner numbers in the past. So we'll see what they're going to be able to do here. Maybe change a back-to-back. That'd be a heck of a way to start out day number 2.
They won last game, right? So
they did.
That's $1,000, right?
Yep.
They got $5,000 in total, if I'm not mistaken.
It might almost be 6 now, I think.
Is it? I thought they had 4. They might have had 5.
Maybe I'm wrong.
But that's why we got the analysts on the desk, of course, to break down.
That's why we got them doing. That's why we got them.
Yeah. That's what I got to do. Regardless, though, that's a nice little check to clock in for 2 weekends at this point. So hopefully they can continue to maintain that steam, that momentum. And at least when we look at that last game, okay, Killswitch deserves a little more of that paycheck. Just saying, definitely clutching it out. Definitely just like maybe an extra 50 on the side, get some dinner. Here you go for winning that 1v1. But last game, Killswitch, 3 kills. Yi from Nova, 5 kills. So Nova, they were putting in that work, and then Rin with 3 kills. I'm really looking forward to paying close attention to Rin and their movement here tonight, because last night, back-to-back-to-back MVPs, #1 spot on that graphic. Like, that's impressive to be able to accomplish. And I think, was Rin just on that last MVP too? I think so, because they're number 3 on this. So that's back-to-back-to-back-to-back appearances on that MVP graphic. Like, talk about a player putting in some work here this Super Weekend.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's put up over 3,000 damage just yesterday alone, if I'm not mistaken. So
that's a lot. That's a lot of damage.
That's more damage than entire teams did. So, yeah, that is a bit of
the whole PMPL.
Yes, yeah, we can extend the range of the statistics. Yes, that is insane. And you are absolutely correct. This was XSET's 5th chicken dinner as well. So they've already got $5 grand in the pocket. We'll see if Nova can maybe chain things together, because Nova always feels like they're on the edge of getting it. They're always in these top circle situations, 2nd places, 3rd places, 4th places. Like, they're always so close. They just need to see if they can get this. And I was going to talk about this, Dave, but I literally couldn't believe what I was seeing on the screen in front of me, because I didn't realize we had Spider-Man in the lobby.
You brought up on the edge. I was like, this dude is literally on the edge of this building right here. So I knew you were talking about it without talking about it. Like, that's how smooth you are. The question is,
honest, I definitely didn't. The colors are so similar, and that may have not been a factor at all.
How do you get the revive there on that ledge? Like, that's kind of awkward.
Bring a ladder.
That's kind of awkward.
Bring a ladder.
Okay, yeah. Coop's like, nah. I'll take that one right there. So we have been seeing some very intriguing kind of early game battles, skirmishes, fights, and I kind of like it. Not gonna lie, I like it. And fortunately for the Panthers, 19E nowhere to be found. No, not 19E. Acer nowhere to be found near them here down towards the south. So they should be able to survive a little longer this game and, make Mustache Dave a little proud once again. Because just to remind you, 2 minutes before that, I was like, they're the best team in the region here, Paul. The best team. I still believe they're the most consistent. I'll stick with that. And I think this Miramar match, they'll bring it back. They'll bring it back.
Dave, as we can meme all day, but you are absolutely still correct. They are still one of the most consistent, one of the strongest teams. You get, we call it
no,
golf,
I think
it's
a
mulligan.
Not one of. I think they are the most consistent.
Yep.
No, not the best. The consistent. The most consistent.
Yeah. And I wouldn't disagree. I mean, their ability to consistently put themselves in positions to get points, get placements. It's not always a chicken dinner every single time, but it doesn't have to be. They show that this is how you play a battle royale. If you can consistently get 5 or 6 kills, top 5 situations, you will rack up points game over game over game. We talk about the idea of a PPG, or a point per game. This squad, sometimes we see squads when they go on crazy tears up to like 11, 12, 13 PPG. But Panthers, they just have to show around 8 or 9. 9 or 10. They're just cruising, Dave. But it's every single game deadlocked on that #1 spot.
Yeah. And I think that's the play. And I kind of was touching on, like, if I had to critique them, like if I was a coach, I was like, okay, team, this is that one thing that we should try to work on. I think it is just getting a little more kills underneath their belt. But that might be a factor or a result of them playing the edge, right? So they don't have the opportunity to run into as many teams as squads like Ghost Game, who are always just constantly in the center here, that a lot of these squads in the lobby like to play around here. So that just might be an interesting result of their play style at the end of the day. But I like to see squads with that 50-50. And I know we've been talking about this for a couple seasons now. Like, usually those teams at the top, they're almost all the time 50-50. They got 50% of their points from placement points, and they got 50% of their points from kill points. and that's just how it's done, with this point structure, to be the best.
You can't just favor one. You can't snake your way in, just play, very, very slow, just play very passive, just try and get placements. Can't do it. You can't just go all in and be crazy and take all these ridiculous early game fights and, blow up by the 8th place. But yeah, I got 6 points. Can't do either. You have to be able to do both. And I think in some situations we're literally seeing teams dead even 50-50, exactly the same number of placement points as kill points. Those teams up there at the top, I believe XSET was an example of that after our first super weekend, looking incredibly consistent because it's the balance. And Dave, I have to say, it didn't always used to be this way. Placements used to be worth so many points in comparison. All we saw were snakes. Nobody wanted to take fights. I love the way that PUBG Mobile has evolved this system over the years. This format right now seems so good to me. It's so entertaining to watch. Teams are rewarded for taking smart fights.
Yeah, and I'm not trying to disagree with you. I'm trying to analyze it a little further when you said that you have to be 50-50, because that was kind of what I was bringing up, but then something clicked in my head. And I think that's true for these long marathon events. I think when there's multiple weeks, you have to be 50-50. But if it's a sprint where it's only 3 days, then I think you could just be one of those squads that are just nonstop getting the kill points, or vice versa, nonstop getting those placement points. I think long form events is where it really evens out, and you really truly get to see the consistency from these squads.
And that's a huge factor here, because we want to make sure that in a game that has, this many RNG elements, we're getting the best of the best out here. For some of these best nade throws as well. It's Ogilvy taking a few shots here towards Purge, but Purge, the star player of Yo, has been looking so clean on this movement too as well, Dave. And we're seeing Ogilvy, Natsuo, their respective star player on the flip side out here. Spray taking a few shots. The vehicle has already been demolished. So Purge has got to watch themselves now as Ogilvy is grouping up to deal with them here. But Ogilvy, another one of these squads, Dave, had come in under my radar, but who has been consistently impressive.
Yeah, they cooled down just a little bit. Hopefully, just a bit. You can't always be so hot, and maybe they'll pick it up here today. Fortunate for them, I know they lost one, but this is going to be a 3v2 because Spring is far away. Spring got caught off guard by, I believe, Kill Switch. And almost as I say that, Natsuo also kind of just dipping here saying, see you later. Very interesting maneuver.
Yeah, Iris is getting taken out also on their... okay. I'm not exactly sure what Yo was doing here, but it doesn't seem to be making the most sense to me. And again, this is one of these squads... Yeah, I don't know what's going on. But they're coming into this as one of these teams that didn't get to participate in the first Super Weekend, that has their opportunity to do so now. They've got to rack up an incredible amount of points. They have so much more additional pressure on their shoulders. And I'm going to be honest with you, Dave. The kind of play we're seeing from them right here, the sort of awkward split, taking on multiple teams, not really playing together as a unit, that's not how you get it done. That's not how you win games.
Well, now we can see, thank you, observers, now we can see what Natsuo was doing this whole time. I thought they were dipping, they were looking for another position in the zone, but they were rotating all the way behind Yo to get that off angle.
Purge? Okay, Purge. Okay, Purge! I mean... Gotta bring Natsuo as well. He's like, I can't do it all by themselves. As I say that, maybe they can. Maybe they can. Okay. But that still shouldn't have happened, Dave. You talk about cooling down. Ogilvy finished 5th after yesterday. They still were able to put up 43 points. But if they want to continue to put up the points here today, we are going to need to see a cleaner execution. Purge, we've seen their stats before. They are leaps and bounds above every other member on this team, and there's a reason why I'm seeing that here. I want to keep talking about it, but Dave, Miramar is being unexpectedly violent today as 19E is taking on Lazarus.
Yeah, looks like 19E right now on the high ground. Looks like they were able to spot out Fears kind of in the open, looking at Leon. Oh, Joey with the mini shots, long distance right there, finding a headshot. Lazarus, oh, they're getting picked apart right here.
I mean, both of these teams are landing incredible shots. We are witnessing a veritable buffet of veteran North American talent here. 19E and Lazarus, the squad that Telly has put together. We saw it, unable to get it done, getting caught out and pinched, but still an incredible series of maneuvers from them to even still be alive in this now, Dave. Given how good of a position 19E has, I mean, this is still something for them. They just need to try and survive, though.
Looks like Acer is going to be pulling back with the squad mates in that vehicle as Carnage looking to close the gap, close this one out. Ooh. Oh, they're trying to pop in the vehicles and get on out of here. But Sam saying, no, that's not going to happen. Popping out with the Tommy gun, immediately spotted, traded on into those smokes. It's up to Acer here once again.
It is indeed. Sam does go down. Carnage is with them. Joey with the name of the third party. Fishy was behind them from Pro Era. Joey's like, really? Cannot catch a break. Has to run into the building, try and get the first aid off, as Pro Era are continuing to pressure 19E as well through all of this. So Joey is given a momentary respite, but as I say this, Fishy executed from behind. One tap to the back of the dome, gets it done. And just like this, Lazarus is out.
Yeah, I think she might have some sightlines still. Do that little angle, lean peeking right there across the way. But yeah, Lazarus kind of getting picked apart from 19E above them and then just finished from behind. And next zone does go up. Very interesting circle. A lot of players were in Picado. That's where that fight just was. A lot of players up there in the north near Power Grid and Monte Nuevo. But we have a nice hard shift down here towards the south who, look what it is. The Panthers set up down there on the edge, ready to go, ready to mingle. Looks like they're going to be repositioning more or less towards those mountainous terrain here on the edge.
And it's so interesting, Dave. You mentioned I had like a brain blast earlier, like a Jimmy Neutron moment. I just kind of had one too. Because what's so interesting about this position from the Panthers is that they always win with this edge play. As I say this stuff, they're taking quite a few shots from XSET, need to try and survive. If it's a hard shift towards their side of the circle, then they're already there and they can set up and scout. If it's a hard shift away from them, then they just continue to play the edge. Then they just continue to try and pick off other teams. No matter what happens, where the hard shift goes, they win. They don't have to worry about these bombs into the center. They don't have to worry about suddenly trying to scramble. They'll just play slow and steady, and either they get to set up and wait, or they get to continue to just plod along on the outside. It's such an interesting strat, and it just seems to be working so well for them.
And I think the key word is for them because, you know, we're putting it like, oh, just play edge, easy win. That's not the case. Like, I've talked to a lot of players, and they actually come into these matches with the mindset of playing edge, and they realize, like, we can't play edge. Like, they're just getting destroyed on those hard shifts. So it's very impressive to see that the Panthers, they can both react to those hard shifts and to when they do get favored in the zones. They quickly rotate, they quickly reposition, and they're always just, I feel like, with their head on a swivel, just gathering intel. They are really good at gathering intel because we don't see them just randomly rolling into teams. Like, every single push that they do, it's, I want to say 9 out of 10 times, a strategic push. They know exactly where they're going. They know if the area has enemies in it. They know if it's clear. And I think it just comes down to they have a really good intel gathering game. Like, they're good at it.
I think you're absolutely. I think I can count on. I think twice over the last 2 weeks have I seen them crash a compound and get wiped because they didn't have enough info. Twice ever, which is super impressive here. And again, we're going to keep talking about it because it's interesting to see more teams adapt to these strategies. We've seen some teams now playing a little bit in from the edge. Of course, it is XSET and Syndicate, a squad who deserves all the hype, Dave, after their performance in that last game. They put up some really impressive shots of their own, but XSET is in a pretty stellar spot of their own. So seeing where this circle is going to center up. Lots of teams on the edge, a few teams still here in the center. Who's going to get favored? We're going to find out.
Probably BTOWN, probably Ghost Gaming. Yep, they're going to be nice and comfortable up there. XSET going to be a little uncomfortable with Syndicate and Nova hovering around them. WallStreetBets might opt to kind of either push straight into the edge or kind of hover around the Syndicate area. They need to make some moves now because the Hitlist also with that same dilemma. You know, we got to get into this new circle. And to make matters worse, all the different elevations of terrain. Looks like XSET going to be here on the high ground. This is going to be that west side.
XSET do have the hard cover of this building, though, which is going to offer them a lot. So while it isn't super far into the next circle, it's doing a little bit for them. As we're seeing WallStreetBets getting involved. Quiet in that last game. We're able to rack up a few placement points, but glad to see them on the kill feed here as they are taking a fight up against Syndicate on the outside, looking to try and trade it back. Drago going down is a huge problem for them, though, Dave. Drago has been an absolute star player for this team. King A, stats haven't been the best. This is an opportunity for them to start to go off.
Yeah, we can see how they immediately prioritize trying to pick up young Drago immediately, you know? Gets knocked out, King A popping 2 smokes, trying to hit that revive, trying to get that pick up, because that player in particular is critical to their success. And Knights talked about success. They're making a push.
Right into the hit list, able to get 2 down here. Beautiful play down on the low ground. The last remaining members are just getting wiped out. The third-party shots will come in. Chico may end up dropping. And it is BTOWN up on the high ground. Great awareness, though, from the Knights to reposition to save that down player as they were able to cleanly wipe all of the hit list. Beautiful play from them. And this is Knights. They were already a powerhouse squad, Dave, but when you add multiple insane fraggers to that team, they just look absolutely deadly as we're seeing the fight continue here in between WallStreetBets and Syndicate in that vehicle. Dave, that ain't the play.
Not the play. They are gone. They are back to lobbying. Just to kind of double back to that BTOWN, that point of view we had, I really appreciate how they were trying to pop those tires, trying to take away that future utility from the Knights, just in case the next zone doesn't favor them. Very smart, very forward-thinking play right there. Whatever advantage you can get on the enemy, you got to make sure you take it and kind of get back into this here. Kill switch scoping in up there onto OP Babo, but 19E and Ghost. This is a big fight.
This is huge. 2 heavy hitters in the lobby now, fighting over the same compound on the edge of the circle. Both teams have players on the outside are going to try and offer additional levels of support, but HH24 is forced back in by exactly that. This is a full wrap us around. Carnage on the outside, but they know they don't have a ton of time, Dave. They got to make this play happen. And they are able to basically wipe the compound. Is Ghost. Carnage, they just watch the rest of the squad drop. They couldn't do enough. Acer unable to find that 1v3 moment once again. And just like this, Carnage is forced back just with one mission. Just try and survive.
Got the vibes right there. That Carnage is just like peeking over the hill with some binoculars. Like, yep, you guys are good. Oh, you guys are not good.
Not good.
Hey, you got to go for those placement points, though. So talking about the Panthers, we were looking at them earlier on. Looks like they are going to get swept up from, you guessed it, Nova here. 5 kills so far.
Nova were doing such a great job that whole time of keeping them zoned out. They've been taking shots back and forth at each other for a while. The Panthers couldn't get in. They let Nova get ahead of them. They played it a little bit too slow, in fact. Watched them on the mini-map, and because Nova was able to get ahead of them, able to play Gatekeeper, the Panthers were forced to make that awkward send. And as you can see there, it did not pay off. Now Nova, the ones who are going to have to try and make it crazy, rotate their own, but Pro Era stepping up. We talked with them being a team that is hot and cold, and Dave, they're looking to light things up here on Miramar, burn bright, and take it to their opponents, because they are also on the southern end of this circle. They have so far to go.
Yeah, 1 kill so far. They're trying to pull up right behind UIU, trying to clear them out because they don't really have an option. If they want to rotate into the circle, UIU is right behind them, who will be taking some shots. Trey popping in the buggy, trying to get a little closer. Masika with the M249 goes, ba-ba-ba-ba! Gonna be catching Trey right there in the dome. Oh, they forgot, though. There's other squad mates, and look who it is. Papa Blue coming in with that final laugh over here. All these teams just spending too much time not prioritizing repositioning. So let's see if they can hit these heals. Jag, the last one alive right here.
I don't think it was as much, didn't appreciate that the teammates, so there was more, I know I'm dead, I need to try and confirm this kill point, which in the end, not sure it's going to make too much of a difference as Nova Esports are chasing down the last remaining members of Pro Era. Hugh is up on the high ground. Pan is knocked, and Nova are relentless. Already 6 kills. Dave, I was in GFUN stream last week, talked about their last week of performance. They weren't happy with how it went, said they were going to make some changes. And with how they're looking so far, 4th place coming into today, already 7 kills. After a great last game, Dave, I feel like Nova Esports is starting to get locked in how they want to play, how they want to execute. They got the skill, they just got to put it all together.
Ghost, you need to watch out. You need to watch your angles. Peeking that dip. You got 2 squad mates of Nova looking right on top of you, and Ghost instantly recognizing that. Gonna be tossing those smokes to block those sight lines because they are just downhill at a disadvantage right here. Nova have Ghost in their palms, in their grasp, and now within grenade range.
And we're seeing those nades coming in. Hugh from the outside acting as a third-party element as well. Spec's going to drop. That's 2 members of Ghost Gaming knocked. This is a huge opportunity for Nova to push in and control this side of the circle. The mollies are there as well. Can they confirm the kills? BTOWN is down. And they're going to look to see if they can continue to make this push. Hugh does end up going out on the outside. So this is actually a wide open space here for Nova, but Dave, I'm not sure if they know. They don't want to take a push. They absolutely don't have to, but looking at the circle shift, it never favors them. They've got to make a decision. They've got to go.
Yeah, we see a couple though in vehicles already, but I really believe they need to take this fight with Ghost because after this, you got XSET and BTOWN already. In the next circle, they will be gatekeeping. So it's going to be a huge challenge, especially if you got Ghost behind you trying to backstab. So let's see what Nova can do. They do have the high ground. They are still within grenade range. Now they need to hit these nades.
They do indeed, because, I mean, able to reset already was Ghost. Another 600 damage in this lobby for Rin. Yeah, why not? Let's add it on to the tally. As we're seeing the circle going to push in here. Ghost know this. They're already out of there. They don't want to take a fight if they don't have to. Tensa, really good with guns, less so with cars. That's okay. They'll get there in the end, but BTOWN is waiting for it. Already the shots are coming through, and here comes the send from Nova as well. BTOWN having to take fights on multiple fronts. The full crash, but Grave with the big gun trying to lay him down. Cannot find it, though, as multiple members are dropping. Both teams can trade back and forth. They're taking a lot of damage. UMP is there, as BTOWN is able to hold strong, and are able to hold strong, taking down Nova in an instant. And just like that, they are out of there. The slow play, Dave, resulted in a hasty push, and they were hastily ejected from the lobby.
Yeah, just a bloodbath. And Grave, the frontline player right there with the M249, was able to put in a lot of damage, kind of laying out that trap, allowing Nova to push on into the perimeter. That was a smart play. Discipline right there, but that did allow Ghost to reposition right behind that push, and now they got this slight little deflate here. Blue zone going to be closing in. BTOWN, they will have to defend their compound once again.
They will, and Ghost, because they're only down to the 2 players, didn't necessarily opt to push in right away after that conflict. If they'd taken a little bit of damage in the send, so they're going to do so now. Double peeking together as a squad. Spec goes down, and so does Tensa. BTOWN will not be uprooted. They are a tree that is 100 feet long, roots 50 feet deep. They will not be supplanted, Dave. They have just fought off 2 of the best teams in North America back to back.
Yeah, BTOWN were the strongest team to come into the lobby from PMCO, so I'm really happy to see them pop off here. And nice little glimpse here of the terrain. You got XSET up on the top. You got the Knights all the way down there below. They do have 2 different compounds for cover. And now BTOWN, of course, in their fortress, currently getting that reset, getting that heal. Ooh, that would have been a nice knock on a Coops from Drake, but the next zone does pop, and it favors XSET up here.
An XSET making it into this circle with 4 players alive. Dave, deja vu? Identical situation to the last time around. They got a little more involved in the fights this time, but they let everybody else just get... It's fine. It's fine. It's a buggy, Dave. It's got great suspension, don't you know?
Is that a buggy or a glider? Because I saw that thing get a lot of air time right there. I didn't know what was going on, but it looks like that send was able to get Jay in this nice little pit, nice little bowl. Okay, and Jay, look at this.
Spot.
The TPP peeking. Yep, going to be getting a lot of intel.
This is huge. They have such a great split. Players up on the high ground or on the very edge, they will have to move in, but they'll be able to keep tabs on all the other players doing the same. BTOWN will have an additional high ground angle to leverage, but this one's tough because XSET have a higher one. So even though they might want to take some shots down towards, let's pretend we didn't see that. take some shots down towards Knights. They can't do that necessarily without getting punished, but in this case, they found the one angle. Alucard drops. It's the anchor player for Knights, the IGL. That is a key knock. If they can keep him out of the game a little bit longer, it'll make it harder for the Knights to try and stabilize. Though, Dave, they do have hard cover, but it's not in this next zone.
Yeah, the Knights really the squad with the biggest disadvantage all the way down there. They have that little garage, but that garage has a lot of windows here. And BTOWN and both XSET, they can kind of both wave that flag across the way if they wanted to. It doesn't look like that's what they're doing. And just like, okay, let's finish that squad down there first and then focus on each other. But it looks like Killswitch trying to get closer to BTOWN here.
I think it's pick one. Either, I mean,
you
I
have
think
to pick one.
I think if I'm XSET, I'd almost prefer to clear out my high ground, see if I can clear out the team that's up here at BTOWN, and then maybe try and deal with the team on the low ground. It seems like they're trying to do a little bit of everything, though, as Poland's going to go down. That's the opening knock that Knights need. J7 is here, but multiple players are going to push. They're going to take advantage of the chaos. Alucard is going to drop. Beautiful response here from Chico. But oh my goodness, J7 is mowing him down one by one. Jay on the high ground to continue to offer support, but Chat is getting in on this. There are still 3 teams left in the lobby, Dave. They did not respect the presence of BTOWN, as both teams are in shambles. Knights, only Coops left alive. Going to have to try and chain these revives. Coops, the big player, has to be the savior for the team now, as the 3 members of BTOWN are taking advantage of the chaos. Will push in on the low ground. Chico is up as well. Has to try and stabilize while Xenox is covered. Do they know he's coming? Wait, BTOWN's not pushing this.
No, BTOWN have been hungry to take out the Knights. Drake is full-blown tunnel vision right here. Let's see if they can take him out, because the Knights were able to get that reset. Now they're popping those meds, popping those boosts, and Jay Killswitch up here from XSET above.
I can't believe both these teams have been able to reset. This is insane. It was just Coops, and just like that, the Knights are back to full HP. XSET will be able to do the same. They'll be able to get their players back up. They did lose one, but still wild as Jay making another aerial maneuver to make it into this next zone. But just like this, Dave, with the heads up play, more like heads down play from Coops, Knights is the only team with 4 players up in the lobby, and Alucard landed nades like that. This is looking like their game to win.
Yeah, I really feel like this is BTOWN's opportunity to push right behind the Knights with their M249s, as Alucard trying to get inside the smokes with that UMP, and Killswitch, their UMP as well, just not going to be able to seal the deal. It looks like the Knights were able to overwhelm them and take up their position.
Absolutely huge play, and BTOWN just decided to sit back and let it happen. But they need to make a call. When are they going to push? Because they're letting Knights reset again. Again, Dave. They will be able to get the revive off as the nades are going to start to fly in. But one big nade. Look at how tightly packed the Knights are, and that one's looking pretty good as it gets an opening knock into Killswitch. Coops is down as well, I should say. And wait, hang on. I'm looking at the kill feed. That is way behind. There's the nade we're looking for. There is BTOWN, calm, cool, collected with the chicken dinner here at the end. Dave, they played it patient, but what do I know? They knew that they could get the win when it mattered most. Incredible performance there from them. 2 big nades were all it took to get the win.
It's the Jat with 8 kills that game. Definitely the clutch player from BTOWN. And I'm happy that it did work out for BTOWN towards the end, because they kept, you called it out, they kept allowing the Knights to not only get additional kill points, but also get the full revives, the full heals. They allowed them to loot enemy crates, get some more meds, and just top off at the end. So I was skeptical. I was like, man, BTOWN, I feel like you had at least 2 different opportunities to really pinch the Knights out of here. But that one grenade at the end came in clutch, was able to take down 2, and after that, it's a GG. So BTOWN, congrats on your winner chicken dinner, $1,000 dinner.
I mean, absolutely huge play from them. They decided in the end, you know, we just want to make sure, Dave, we absolutely get all 4 of these kill points onto Knights. So they just let them get all back up so they can knock them down again and get it done. No problem. Easy peasy. But wow, Dave, I'm going to be honest, these second pages are depressing. At max 3 or 4 points, it seems like none of these teams able to get anything together. The Panthers, another rough game. Well, I'll keep an eye on this, but I'm also looking Dope and Yo. 2 squads who desperately need points down there on the second page. Not where they want to be, but let's take a look at this MVP screen one more time. Who are the 3 best players in the lobby? It could be so many, Dave. We saw so much action. No Rin. All right.
No Rin.
All right.
Okay. 5th time is not the charm for Rin, and Kind of going back to that mid to late game. Remember, BTOWN, they had to defend their compound after that YOLO send from Nova, and then the push from the duo of Ghost Gaming. So it's not like they were just chilling the whole time. They were defending their fortress, and they showed up in the end looking stronger than ever. Good for them. But ladies and gentlemen, what else is good for them is also good for you, because right now the PMPL 2021 Fall Split Special Crate is now on sale. Go back into the game, PUBG Mobile, of course, and unlock those outfits. Get the same outfits these pros are using in-game right now. That gold trim, looking magnificent. So, ladies and gentlemen, that's it for game number 2. We will be right back with more PUBG Mobile action.
The OnePlus 9 Pro.
The OnePlus 9 Pro. Oh my god, this phone feels incredible. The best processor, 120 hertz, 12 gigs of RAM, and a Hasselblad camera. What more could you want?
The hyper touch on this bad boy is phenomenal.
The best model of OnePlus phone I have used to date.
And it's a BTOWN beatdown for map number 2. Welcome back to the analyst area here in the PMPL. It's F. And I'm joined here by the Seven Worlds Gaming and, of course, Glitter Explosion. And these players are climbing to the top, but you can do the same thing with the power of OnePlus. With flagship performance and an immersive 120 hertz display, technology made specifically for gamers like HyperTouch, the OnePlus 9 and 9 Pro are your best shot to climb the leaderboards like we just saw out of BTOWN. Great stuff out of them. Guys, it's been a lot of fun watching all these teams kind of stand up. And like I said, a BTOWN beatdown. I'm returning to that one. Too good not to say twice, man. Sevens. I mean, this was fun to watch.
It was, man. I mean, this is what we were talking about. This is what I was talking about in the last segment too, saying this team definitely has the potential. They finally started being aggressive. They're also starting to worry about their just positioning and making sure they make it to the end of the game and use that aggressiveness towards the end of the game. And we were able to see it there perfect. I mean, it's a jet. that man is just on a roll. Being able to get 755 damage, 8 kills alongside 2 Glitter, that was just an amazing performance out of him.
Yeah, I mean,
guns. My bad. That's my fault. I'm running all over you the way BTOWN did to the opposition, but we're pretty familiar with the guys. We're going to break down some of the numbers. But first, let's get to know the players behind the guns. Let's introduce you to BTOWN.
Hey everyone, DGON here, and I'm joined by everyone's new favorite. It's BTOWN Graves. Graves, tell us a little bit about yourself and how the team came together.
So previous split, me and Peaceful were together. We played under Team Ace. We played PMCO, and we couldn't make it to the PMPL. So XSET hit us up after a previous split, and then that's how we became a team.
Yeah, well, good thing he did. You are leading the team in damage, in kills, and knockouts. So it's been quite a good pickup for you and for the rest of BTOWN. What are your expectations after the first week? Because you guys have done pretty good so far.
Yeah, first week, there were a lot of mistakes, and we expect to make mistakes in the league stage. But before finals, we only learn from our mistakes in the league stage. So before finals, I think we should be confident, and we'll win PMPL NA.
Hey, there we go. That's very confident, and that's a good outlook on mistakes. That's the best way to grow. So if you got to say one thing to your opponents here a week into the tournament, what would you say to them?
Watch out for us, I think. Yeah.
There we go. Yeah, that sounded very confident coming from the BTOWN top fragger, top damage dealer, Graves. Hey, brother, thank you so much for your time. Thanks for the interview, and best of luck in the rest of the tournament, man.
Thank you, DGON.
Great stuff there. Thanks to DGON for holding it down and interviewing some of the guys. But as we said, those are the faces behind what we've seen, because we have seen a lot out of these guys in the last match. Let's pull up total damage and see how they stood up against the competition. Glitter, like I said, I mean, BTOWN coming through here. Your Knights almost made it, but close only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades.
I mean, they had the highest damage, so I'll take it. I said I wasn't 100% feeling it, and maybe I was 90% of the way there. Not too shabby. Huge performance coming out of Knights. Also with 8 kills. Nova, though. Nova, over 2k damage, 10 kills. Yet again, flying under the radar here, 7. And then XSET rounding out our top 3, allowing themselves to kind of be run over by Knights there at the end, while BTOWN, they all laid in wait and then struck when they had to right at the end.
They definitely did. I mean, they waited for the right moment. We do have Ghost Gaming there being able to put up 1,100 damage, 3 kills. And I actually want to go down this leaderboard up to Pro Era, because that's a huge surprise for me here, being able to see Pro Era bounce back. And also, that's an amazing number, 777. I like it with those 2 kills. This is what I wanted to see out of Pro Era. And not only that, they were actually able to secure at least 4 placement points too in that last game. Great day 2 here so far for Pro Era, at least in Miramar.
It's cool watching. I mean, I think you used the term bounce back, and that's what we want to see. Some teams, though, are bouncing up for the first time. I mean, BTOWN, are they bouncing back? This is one of the better performances that we've seen from them. Why don't we compare and contrast? I mean, what they're doing today compared to yesterday. 7, this team BTOWN is interesting to watch, but we've got to see how they perform and hope they can keep it up.
It definitely is. I mean, we've seen different teams in the past be able to go from PMCO all the way to PMPL, actually end up going to PMPL and go to PMGC and try to make it to the next stage. I'm hoping this team is going to try to do the same, as we do see here the comparison between yesterday and what they're doing today. And I mean, today is just a completely different story. You can see it from the damage right there, from 300 damage to 1,500 damage. That is a big difference. And not only that, just the kills. They're not just putting up damage just for putting up damage. They're being able to get some kills here with 9 kills today, 25 minutes average survival time as well. They're just on an absolute roll. And once again, I got to give a shout out to XSET, because he's being able to help out this team in such a way by himself. He's currently putting 1,200 damage for the day, of 9 kills and 7 knocks. And you can see here the heals as well. The average assist, Glitter, I don't think I've ever seen that crazy of a jump.
That's what I was looking at. It was the assists that got me because, like they were under 1 kill a game average, which I mean, up to 9, and that's still a big jump, but we expect around 9. I mean, that's not too crazy, but 20.5 assists from 1.2. This just shows how much more they're getting into engagements, how much more they're working together as a squad. They're focusing people well. I mean, that's a massive leap, and that's what they need if they want to keep chipping away at the teams that were above them, because single-digit points yesterday, that is not going to cut it. But a performance like this, that's what we want to see.
I mean, Seven, you brought up the fact that, this team was able to, or some teams have been able to go from like CO to PMPL to GC. Well, looking at what this team is doing, they didn't just pick it up in one area. All of their stats have improved, and if they continue to do so, that's the team you're looking for, right? If you see a team coming from the CO, usually it takes a little bit of time we'll work on our survival time or our ability to hide and heal. Nah. All of these stats lining up and winding up towards the top. So exciting to watch BTOWN keep on keeping on. We'll see if they can push it forward. Let us know if you think BTOWN has got what it takes to do it in map number 3. Use the hashtag PMPL. Find us on Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, etc. And then you can let us know what you're thinking instead of us always letting you know what we're thinking. Going back to the schedule, we're going back to Erangel. One more time, we'll find up at the top of the crop. Next up, though, is Sanhok, so we'll keep an eye on number 4. But first, like I said, we've got to go to the old Classico. Erangel, always fun to watch these teams kind of work out on, different teams doing different things on the different maps, so it's kind of interesting looking at this one. Real quick, guys, before we let you go, Seven, I want your insight. Who's going to wind up on top this time around?
I generally want to see Nova. I think Rin has been putting up an amazing performance, so Nova's going to be my pick for Erangel.
I respect it. Look at that. Look, she's so happy. I wonder who's happier, Chiffon or Glitter after you putting your money on Nova.
Listen, I'm a Nova fan. By the way, Nova, we're waiting for our jerseys. Glitter and I are waiting for our jerseys. I might keep calling you out until I get them.
I'm an XL, by the way. Thank you so much, Seven. Thank you so much, Glitter Explosion. I'm going to say goodbye to my experts real quick and say hello to, well, they're still experts, but we call them commentators. Mustache Dave and Paul Invirum Toddkill on the way. Boys, hello, and bring us to Erangel.
Thank you so much, F. Dot. Also, Dave, do you have a Nova jersey? Is that something that you
Nova who? I'm still waiting for my OP Baba jersey. As the leader of the OP Baba fan club, I'm waiting for that jersey because I'm keeping the dream alive out here for WallStreetBets. So let's see what they can do here this game. People all picking their squads. I'm picking WallStreetBets. Who are you picking here, Envirum?
That's a good question. I'm liking Syndicate. I'm liking Knights still. And I think it's time for Ghost to do something today. I'm looking forward to seeing Ghosts doing this stuff. Multiple Ghosts. Make them Ghosts. That should be the goal, I think.
That's the tagline. Make others ghost here. And I'm not too concerned. It is October, number 1. But Ghost Gaming, it is October. Ghost Gaming, they're always a squad who slow starts, but then towards that midpoint in a tournament, they start to ramp it up, and somehow they always finish first. So I'm not concerned with Ghost at all. Ladies and gentlemen, though, map number 3, Erangel. Players loaded on in the plane. Let's get into the game.
Let's get it done over on Erangel. Game number 3 on the day, the halfway point of the super weekend. Of course, make it even more super 1+ with that OnePlus 9 Pro. Thank you so much for being a fantastic partner here for the PMPL North America. But let's dive into it here, Dave. What is with these southern plane paths? We just get so many of them. Are we going to see another spicy military opener? 19 is like, heck no, we are out of here. Yes, we won, but it was still not. It was too close. It was too close.
Still, I got a tear dropping from my eye. You telling me the best partner out here? I appreciate it. You are too. You're a good partner too, man.
Yeah, buddy. We're having
fun. What were we talking about again? Oh, Ghost. I know you're talking about 19E. And okay, let me bring up this interesting point about 19E then. Okay, interesting point.
Okay.
They got a coach, Garrett the Carrot from PUBG PC. They got a coach, and I was like asking Carnage, like, "Yo, what happened yesterday? Dropping on the Panthers, 2 of your squad mates just parachute no weapon. You guys died," and they told me that their coach is encouraging them to try new things, new drops when the playing path doesn't favor their tried and true drop locations. I like that a lot. I actually appreciate that, trying new things, because a lot of teams, even when the plane doesn't favor their spot, they drop down hot, they get a vehicle, and they still drive to wherever they want to go, like some stubborn bulls, right? So just the fact that Knights have that extra oomph underneath them, and they're open to trying some new things, not only during league play, but also in Super Weekend, where each game is $1,000. To me, that's not the Knights, 19E. That's 19E looking ahead past right now, past this actual event, and looking at future events.
You know what, Dave? I too am a fan of blaming my coach when things don't go well. I am also a fan of that. Absolutely. Get that blame out of here.
That's what you got from that whole speech?
Yes, try new things, but at some point, and I think we're at that point, at the midway of week number 2, day number 2, I think you got to start to lock it in. I think you've had plenty of opportunities. You've got weeks of league play. Yeah, maybe go back next week and try a little bit more. But at this point of the Super Weekend, you need to stick to that tried and true, which is what we're seeing them. They dropped on that coast. They drove up South George, crates, exactly where they want to be. Syndicate is here as well. We'll see if they never end up scrapping. They always just give each other enough room to get out all right. But no, Dave, I think it's fun. I think it's fun that their coaches encourage them to do that. A lot of other coaches would not be so flexible. So it's obviously great having the additional support and infrastructure. That's definitely something that we talk about, but I don't necessarily think we talk about enough, is all the support structure that goes on behind a lot of these teams. Subs, analysts, coaches, management staff, helping to book scrims, book training. We have, sports psychologists, all that kind of stuff. Like, there's a lot going on in the world of esports beyond just what you see in the screens, and the PUBG Mobile Pro League is no exception. These squads have a lot of power behind them.
A lot of power. Welcome, everybody, to the Power Hour here, clocking in. And we're talking 19E specifically. Honestly, I think it's cool that they're trying new things here when there is money online, because that, to me, shows that they're confident in their game skills, their team skills, and their communications, and they're really looking forward to those finals. In their minds, they already qualified for the finals, right? I guess you can say. In their minds, they're already going to PMPL Americas. So I think they're using this lobby and the high caliber of skill of their opponents to practice these new things. So I guess that's kind of what I didn't say, but what I meant to say. And that was paragraph 2. So what do you get from that?
I get exactly what you said, Dave. And I won't be quite so saucy. All right. I won't be quite so saucy. All right.
I got a paragraph 3 if I need to, but
all right, we'll see if we get there. I think we'll see if we get there. We'll see. No, I think it's huge because, again, for a lot of these players, like, yes, PMPL is important. Yes, the money is great. But they have their eyes on these bigger prizes. You're talking about, like, the PMGC, that global championship. That's the end goal. Obviously, America's that next step, contending with the best teams from Latin and South America, also huge. Brazil in there as well. Come on.
Yep. Alpha 7. I'm looking forward to
that's what came to mind. The whole region summed up as Alpha 7. The whole region, Alpha 7.
They're Slayers. They're Slayers. And the thing is that I also appreciate 19E practicing now for those lobbies ahead in the future, is that out of the North Americas, only one team's going to PMGC. So, like, yeah, hey, we can get $1,000 here, we can get $1,000 tomorrow, but at the end of the day, if you're a professional PUBG Mobile player, your eye is on that spot, that one PMGC spot. Like, that is the goal. That is where you need to be to really take your career to that next level. So there you go. That's paragraph number 3. I think that brought it home. That's a good one. That's it.
Because I reminded folks, one spot. Like, out of all this, out of the tens of thousands of teams who participate in an event like the PMCO, to make it into an event like here with the PMPL, to make it into Americas, to make it, like, there are so many steps that you have to take, so many games that you have to play, so many points that you have to accrue, so many opponents that you have to overcome for one spot on that world stage to showcase what you can do against the best of the best. And we've seen it, Dave. We've seen how good that competition is. And we've seen what happens sometimes North America doesn't always step up. So I love the idea that you're grinding it out here to get better to the point that who we do send is going to be an absolute monster.
Yeah, it's going to be the best. And at the end of the day, regardless of whoever wins this lobby, these finals, and gets sent to the PMPL Americas, you need to cheer for them. Like, you need to cheer for your region. Like, if Ghosts make it to PMGC, everybody from NA needs to be a Ghost fan, Panthers fan, whoever, whoever makes it. I'm not trying to tell you how you live your life, but at the same time, I'm telling you how to live your life. Like, you just got to cheer for your region at the end of the day. So I just love to kind of watch all these players and teams just develop their skills right in front of our eyes here. And we get to cover and tell their stories.
And that to me is the funnest part, because these are players in a lot of instances who, we've been watching play for literally years. Literally, 3 years of casting PUBG Mobile. A player like Tensa, watching them go in now against equally skilled veterans over on the side of Pro Era, watching what they can do is awesome to watch as that first knock transitions into more. But Hugh on the outside, great counter knock onto HH, maybe a bit of an overextension from Ghost, as Tensa is here, has an eye on that off-angle player. Two very similar shades of purple, but I swear this is two different teams, as Spec is going to clean up Fishy. And the nades are raining in, Dave. Can they find Hugh?
It's only up to Hugh. See, gut bleeding on out right now. Hugh, UMP in the grass, catching Bayo off guard. Bayo is going to have that intel now. Spec trying to mow down the grass with that pre-fire right there. Hugh looking to pull up, possibly get the confirm, possibly clutch just one out with that lead peek. But Spec, one of the top players in the lobby here, a lot of hype, a lot of momentum on their name, will be sealing the deal right there against Pro Era.
And we talk about the idea of hot and cold. That one, unfortunately, frigid from Pro Era. Not ideal, but that's the kind of aggression, that's the kind of play that I want to see from a team like Ghost, the team that I called out by name to step up going into this lobby. And another team that needs to join them, WallStreetBets, Dave. We saw them for a second there on the screen. Got to continue to put up some numbers as we're seeing Yo and Lazarus once again. I feel like these two teams have been at each other's throats all day, Dave, as we're seeing G3. Okay.
Yeah. Definitely thought G3 had the one up onto that push right there in that position, ready to defend. But we are starting to see this season in particular the popularization of just vehicle pull-ups, vehicle sends. Like, think about it. I'm in a car, right? You're not gonna get me. Like, if you got your UMP, oh, you got a UMP, whatever. Like, I'll run you over because cars can take a couple shots, can take more bullets than your face can, of course. So definitely understand why this strategy is becoming so popular. Am I loving it? Oh, I'm loving it. Sure, I'm loving it. Count me in. It's a good time. The thing is that's on my mind is, how do you counteract it? Like, that's something that I've been thinking about every night, and it keeps me up at night. Like, how do you counteract? How do you defend against him? Well, Lazarus kind of trying to figure that out too here.
Yeah, they're trying. I mean, and they're not in a great spot. Yo is doing a great job on this wrap, getting that surround, and I think teams are doing a very good job of having that overall map awareness is what we're seeing now, to feel comfortable enough in where they are, where their opponents are going to rotate, that they feel that they can take this kind of long, drawn-out fight, that they can make these more aggressive rotations that we're seeing Spring doing now. And that, to me, all comes down to game knowledge, comfort, and familiarity. And that is not something that is developed overnight. That is something that is developed with research, with passion, and with a lot of dedication to going back, grinding up the VODs, the game tape, and we're seeing it there. Lazarus able to make the escape. Beautiful play from them.
You know how you counteract that? I love your point, by the way, but you know how you counteract that? I'm going to get a lot of hate. Deployable shields in competitive. All right?
Okay.
Bring it.
Hey, I thought you were going to say something like aggression or like determination.
No,
deployable
shields. Check. I sent a couple emails, maybe. But getting back into this game, we do have a nice hard shift down here, military base, of course, and that's why we see all these these players transitioning over this bridge here. Moso from the Panthers. So the Panthers are set up. Leon dipping that buggy underneath the rails. Not enough momentum, not enough steam, and looks like Leon will be finding out firsthand. Hey, there's a squad here.
Also a wall, as Moso is discovering. That'll be Leon just going down. No saving there. Yeah, intentionally he could have backed up away from the vehicle to live through the explosion. Didn't even bother. The rest of the team was in no position to help him out, as they are all out here in the blue. BTOWN is bridge camping on the other side, so there's only 3 teams on the island right now, and there will only be 3 teams on the island. And if I'm the Panthers looking at who they just knocked out on that bridge, I'm getting some flashbacks, Dave, and they ain't all positive.
They need to get revenge. They need to take out 19E right now to feel good about themselves. Yeah, they're chasing them down. These 2 squads are going to be hovering around the edge here towards that southwest. And it looks like the Panthers trying to get the high ground, trying to cut them off here. Setting up a camp. Brady popping out, trying to take some shots. Carnage as well. They're just trying to come up with some type of game plan and how they can take the fight. Carnage missing a tire out here. Legal spraying him down.
Missing health as well. That really nice headshot connected into the vehicle. And the Panthers, you're right, Dave, they want revenge, but it's more than that. It's that they want to make sure that there is no one behind them. Their style, they play from the edge. They are the ones who prowl in the night. They're the Panthers after all. But their style does not work if they're constantly having to look over their shoulders, which is why they put such a priority into chasing down those stragglers from 19 who were able to make it over the bridge. But now, after all this, Dave, look at the hard shift all the way back. 19 have to completely rethink this as the last player standing. Panthers have to as well. The game plan just entirely changed. Oh, hello.
Get him!
Oh, dude, come on.
Carnage!
Is that our first punch kill in a Super Weekend?
You had to... That's how we know they're pissed from game number 1. That's how if you take the time to make sure not to take the bullet and get up there. We'll get back to that because BTOWN sent it across the bridge here. Right up to Nova.
This is a rematch of the last game. Last time these 2 teams fought, Nova crashed into them, and Nova was not able to take the win. BTOWN held strong. I said a tree with roots 50 feet deep. Will this still be the same here as the nades are flying in? Drake is down, but able to relay the info, the pings. And Rin? Ooh. Is there? Grave actually denied the point by killing his own teammate. So there's something.
And it's on fire.
Grave is on fire.
Another day at work.
Another day at the office. Nova Esports, Rin is down. Key player, though, as Memory's taking damage. I think it might actually be a potential third party coming in. As Jat is there on the nade of the G-Fan, push the vehicle back with the nade in return. Oh, no. Both these teams are going back and forth. The player from BTOWN, it is peaceful, way far back. Not really in a great spot to help the team up and get the resets, get the revives, which means that Nova Esports will be able to win this fight. The strength of numbers is too much to overcome.
Yeah, I saw Peaceful on the mini-map down here on the bridge, and I kind of assumed they were trying to get that higher angle onto Nova, but it really comes down to your 2 squad mates pushed ahead to be able to survive in that position, and that's just not what happened, of course. So it looks like Peaceful going to be pulling off, going for those much-needed placement points just in time because the Panthers most likely will be cruising on over that bridge, and we might see Nova with the part 2 for bridge camping, but popping over here... Milt, we got the Knights in here.
We do indeed. Knights, Dope, XSET, Ogilvy. Seeing your screen right here. As they are all just trying to center up as much as possible. Considering the circle is still 50% water, not the easiest thing to do. Seeing more fights breaking out on the kill feed. Here shots here or there, but Milt's Dave. Milt is a weird city. That main street makes lines of sight very interesting. As we're seeing HH24. There with a big nade onto Fears. This is on the outside of the circle, though, Dave. They will have a ways to go if there's a hard shift.
Yeah, not only that, but this action is going to be drawing the attention of Syndicate. We can see them on your map, Rad, in the front lines, pulling up in a vehicle, possibly trying to get that third party onto Ghost and Lazarus. And I think it's a good call. If Syndicate can wipe out both Lazarus or Ghost, anybody on that east side, they're going to be able to secure themselves a nice little spot, a nice foothold over here in this new circle.
Yeah, especially because it shifted right on top of them. That was huge. I was concerned about a drawn-out fight for them, but right now they just have to worry about getting into this next position because they are in a great spot. Lazarus did lose G3, but were able to get the revive of the Fears. able to set themselves back up. Ghost rotated in towards the cliff. They will get a care package as well for good measure. And Syndicate is in another fantastic spot, but they're going to have a lot of teams rotating in from the north as the Knights. Nova just trying to backfill here on the western portion of the circle. What's left of Milta, Dave, is going to get very, very busy.
Yeah, for sure. That's a fact. A lot of teams out here to the west. And I just got to point out, like, Ghost, they're their only squad, in my opinion. Like, when you think they're about to die, they just get on out of harm's way somehow. They just sneak on out the back door. And that's a skill set in its own. So they were able to reposition on the cliffs, like you mentioned. They got a nice little care package to go with it. I thought they were dead. I thought they were dead to rights with Lazarus right on top of them. But they pulled off. So that's just a skill that not many have. So kudos to them. But popping on over here to the Panthers, looking for that redemption arc here. Maybe taking some shots on the hit list.
Well, Hitlist takes some shots at them as Hitlist was waiting to camp, knowing that likely a team, likely the Panthers, in fact, were going to be coming in here from military. Moso, not in the right spot. Brady's going to drop as well. A well-laid trap from the Hitlist, and not a whole lot you can do about that. The Panthers just taking a little bit too long to rotate on over, and because of this, they didn't have a whole lot of options with the blue. They just took so long setting up that, but they were sitting the other end of that bridge for like 4 minutes. And they just decided not to go, and now they're going when the blue is literally on top of them. Legal is forced to go all the way around. If they had more time, they could have just gone around the left. They could have taken the route the Legal is taking right now, but instead, 3 members are dead. Only 1 player is left up, and it all falls on this player's shoulders to try and make something happen, but it could have been done so much better.
Honestly, my inbox is open. I think I have to take the blame today for the Panthers, at least in the first couple games. I pumped them up so big, and that pressure, I don't know. Plus the zone's not liking my pick here today. Hey, Legal, hopefully you get some placement points. But while that fight was happening, we're pushing. No, UIU and WallStreetBets were fighting, and pushed up to third party.
Only 2 members of UIU left. Purge, the star player, down. Hopefully we'll be able to get revived here. That M249 play is still sticking in my brain. And they're in a pretty decent spot in this next circle. Whoever takes over this compound will have a great fire base against Ogilvy, against teams pushing in down towards the road. As you can see, Legal trying to make something happen here. We're taking a look back at this, I think the opening fight here.
Psych,
never mind. Oh, it was this play. It was those nades with Nova and BTOWN, how we set that all up. Going back in time just a touch to remind you of how that position came to pass, as we could see how hard it is to push in over that bridge.
Yeah, and we're towards the east of Milta, your favorite town, and the zone also agreeing with you, saying, nope, I don't like this town. That main road, just not my cup of tea. Syndicate, they picked up that compound a couple zones ago. They're going to be looking really good, and now it's time for their 4 squad mates, to clean up house right here. Clean it up. Get this position here, because it will be a nice one to hold, all things considered.
Well, indeed, great positioning here from Trey. It's a level 3 helmet as well. Try and hold on to the high ground. UIU Jag is there. They know they got one initial knock. WallStreetBets may also look to get involved, but Trey may try and push down the stairs to make something happen. Will do so. Here come the nades. Purge, though, just a little. No, not better with the movement. Trey gets it done, but Spray was able to get off that revive and get the shots where they were needed, but they are not done yet. Drago is pushing in, knows the damage has been done, but Spray, absolute denial. Here's the footsteps running in, pre-fires the angle, and Spray, the hero they need. 6 kills already for this squad. Dave, is in the building, but the fights don't stop as Dope is going toe-to-toe with Nova Esports. Good on the attack, better on the defense. Nova's looking great as they're holding on to this bottom floor and pushing it towards the top. Just like that, Dope is getting annihilated.
600 damage dealt right here. It looks like Casper is going to be in that smoke trying to get the pickup. Flawless was picked up, but I saw a grenade get popped right immediately after that revive. And Casper's on the retreat. We see Nova, 2 squad mates in the McLaren trying to chase him down, but looks like Casper able to elude the damage for the time being. Really low in the health department. And we had Peaceful swimming and Sam swimming for the longest. Now they finally have to beach, make land here. And it looks like Sam was spotted.
Sam was. Peaceful made it in, at least for now. Nova are taking a position there on the beach. Oh, okay, very short for now. As Nova, I think, was able to pick up that kill. Ghost still up on the high ground. Is Legal the last Panther standing? Will look to continue to push their way in, try and at least make the top 10, pick up some of those points. As the Knights are making their way in on the edge. Yo, after that huge compound defense, now making their way in. But Ogilvy, Dave, they've been playing it quiet. They still have all 4 players alive.
Yeah, up here towards the north, and it looks like Yo getting caught in a Yo sandwich right now between Ogilvy and the Knights, and they're in a little bowl. It is looking like a basket for these grenades to just roll in, land in, and Natsuo peeking a little too hard, cresting over that hill. Gonna be spotted from Coops.
And they're so focused on the team that was right in front of them, they didn't see the Knights. Because of that, Sprays could be able to live a little bit longer. Nice play from Ogilvy, though, to keep this high ground position, which will be very favored in this next circle, which is wide open. Basically, no one's in it. One building that Syndicate is occupying is there, and everybody else has got to rotate. Dave, these circles have been mean to some of these teams. As we can see the nade fly in. Natsuo wants to... Spray is back is wide open, but they can't take it because of the threat from the Knights.
Yeah, everybody really scared, really cautious right now because once when they crest over these hills, they're going to be exposed. So, Spec, MG3, going to be popping up. This weapon is a shredder. Spec up here on the high ground as well, but can Spec clutch it out? Yee! Oh, boy. And Chiffon trying to get these vehicle runovers, but the MG3 go for that drop shot. 1 HP. Spec probably going to get taken out from the blue zone. Not able to utilize that massive weapon to their advantage.
I mean, was honestly the best possible outcome there for Ghost, denying the point to Nova, another team that is right up there near the top. We're seeing all these teams making the mad dash for this northern part of the circle. Ogilvy, like I said, had a great position there on the high ground. The Knights are trying to wrap around, make their presence felt, but the blue is continuing to knock away at them. J7 getting as well, because Kill Switch is here. Kill Switch, Dave, every single time we see a circle in and around Milta, XSET looks fantastic. They have been getting involved this whole time. As we're taking a look now at their position, which is not necessarily ideal, covered mostly by smokes, and Ogilvy will look to try and rip them right out from it.
I think if you're Ogilvy, just stay in these buggies and just send it, man, because that has been working big time. Polo actually in the vehicle trying to get that intel, trying to peek over these smokes possibly and relay it back to your squad mates, but J7 really low, not able to utilize that intel that Polo is gathering.
Yeah, but we're seeing Jay come in as well, bringing another vehicle to try and hide behind, building this mobile cover.
Dude, Perfect's popped in the vehicle with Polo.
I mean, look, Dave, you do what you gotta do as we're seeing a bloodbath on the cliffs. Both of these teams are trying to vie for this upper position. Who is gonna get it done? And it will be Ogilvy as XSET go down. Both teams almost identical in color. It was hard to tell what was going on, but because of the positional advantage that Ogilvy had, because of the exposed nature of XSET on that hill, they were not able to find the shots. I think getting shot in the back as well from Nova didn't make that any easier. And just like this, Dave, Ogilvy are in a prime position.
Gurex right there, pulling a smash and grab right there on Polo's whip. So they're going to use that car to continue to use it as cover, as we see Natsuo. That'd be right behind that. Syndicate. So Syndicate, about 2 zones ago, Brain hard peeked the window and got bopped by one of the squad mates from Lazarus. So we don't see them with 4 up, even though they've been in that hard compound for some time here. So we'll see if they can defend against Nova, who do have 4 up.
Lots of kills on Nova as well. 8 already to match Ogilvy's. But like you said, they do still have all 4 players alive. Coops has been able to make their way in, though. The Knights, you can never count them out. We'll have quite a ways to go for this next circle. May just opt to heal strat, may opt to send it. We'll see what their mid situation is like. Will dictate, I'm sure, that decision. It's not great. So they will probably opt to try and send it here. As we're taking a look at Syndicate, who have this compound, Dave, but they will have to leave it.
Yeah, and I think Coops just crawl. Coops just crawl, kind of follow behind Ogilvy, who are in the front lines trying to clear the pathway for you. Ogilvy have no clue that Coops is back there, so Coops might actually be able to get a 2nd or 3rd place finish, but here comes the action.
We're seeing Nova. Great shots. Oh, my goodness. Poke their head out for 1 second And just like that, the Ogilvy player gets shut down as Syndicate are trying to survive. But using this distraction, Nova actually pushing it on both fronts. Rin is here. Big Nade doesn't quite get the prediction. Here's the footsteps, though, but misjudged which wall Salty was behind. But this is massive because not only is Nova able to shut down Ogilvy on one side, open their lines of sight, but they're able to push into this compound as well, which is not in the next circle, though. They need to get this kill quickly. Salty is back behind the wall. Asen is flanking in around. Nova, Dave, have actually kind of pinched themselves here. They've got to make the play sooner rather than later. Asen running away, getting shot in the butt for good measure.
They don't see me. They don't see me. That's what Asen's saying. They don't see me. But Salty with the hip fire on the UMP will be able to take down Memory, but that grenade landed right into his lap.
It is indeed, and just like this, Nova is continuing to keep the pressure up. Memory will drop. Shifan is pretty low on HP as well. It comes down to Ace in point-blank range of the AK. See what they can get done. Coops was able to crawl their way in, and Ogilvy are playing quiet, letting Nova do the dirty work for them. Do they spot him? Yes, they do! Yee, that snap reaction time, Dave! Right in the head. Absolutely stellar, and just like this, Knights is able to work their way into a third place spot. Coops out there at the edge, using that care package's hard cover as well. He's got the tree to boot. Great position here from Coops. Backpack off. All about trying to get this spot, trying to survive. 4v3, Nova, Ogilvy.
So I think Nasuo is aware, of Coops' position. We saw him take a couple shots earlier on, just unlucky. But Coops' third place finish, that is going to be 10 points in the pocket now. 4v3, 4v2.
Huge. I mean, this is it, Dave. This is going to be Shifan just pushing in for the win. One player is down from Nova, but I think it's going to be enough as they are just going to slowly look for this final player. Gets the hit marker there. Can they find it? It all comes down to Vayne, who's maybe going to be in Vayne here, trying to get anything done as Nova, all 4 players up and alive, and that is going to be it. The chicken dinner for them here on Erangel, looking absolutely stellar, methodical, precise, dangerous. Nova Esports with the win.
Hey, about time they get that $1,000 here, making Glitter from the analyst desk proud. Glitter picked Nova day 1 of PMPL Season 2. She said that's the squad that's going to take it home. Getting that dinner right there. I'm sure they're looking forward to the break, but let's check out these results. And you know what's so interesting? Shifan, I was talking to him before today's games. 2 of the players, and I think it's been brought up before, but 2 of the players are in China right now, playing from China. I'm like, dude, the dedication, because the time zone differences are huge, and their comms are in Chinese too. So I thought that was really interesting. But Nova Esports, 29 points for game number 3.
Absolutely impressive. 14 kill points. I think that's the highest on the day. Dave, when they look good, when they're able to execute the game plan, when they don't get totally wrecked by the circles, they are one terrifying squad. But Ogilvy, you said they felt a little bit quiet this weekend compared to the last. Well, they're putting up some pretty decent numbers here. Solid day 1. Looking to be a pretty good day 2 for them as well. So take a look at the second page here, too. Props to Yo for making it up there to the top, but there's some teams, Dave. I'm looking at, a squad like WallStreetBets that I need to do a little bit more. Dope as well. This is your shot, guys. You made it to the Super Weekend.
Yeah, more or less WallStreetBets, just because they did have a pretty solid day 1 yesterday. And we were kind of talking about it, that these 3 teams, they already missed 15 games. So they were already at a disadvantage for this overall leaderboard. So they really need to take this time to try to get as many points as possible, because next week is not guaranteed. So if they miss 2 super weekends, you almost have to assume that top 16 is not going to be a goal.
It is indeed. And taking a look at this, multiple members, 1,200 damage game from Yi. Oh my goodness. And Ren, back up there on your MVP leaderboard. He was gone for 1 game, Dave. He didn't like it. Didn't like that at all. But Natsuo, of course, another player who, I mean, if I could just make a super team out of what we've seen from these squads here in the PMPL, Dave, Natsuo would 100% be on it. That guy, that M4 is a laser. It does not waver. We saw it there in that last game. But Nova Esports, with 2 out of the 3 at that top, 0 surprise at all. They looked absolutely impeccable here in game number 3. But that is only game number 3. We still have 2 more in store for all of you, so we're going to send it to a short break, back to the analysts, and then more with game number 4.
The OnePlus 9 Pro.
The OnePlus 9 Pro. Oh my god, this phone feels incredible. The best processor, 120 hertz, 12 gigs of RAM, and a Hasselblad camera. What more could you want?
The hyper touch on this bad boy is phenomenal.
The best model of OnePlus phone I have used to date.
And the PMPL moves on, and Nova moves on towards the top, and OnePlus stays exactly where they are, all the way at the top, with flagship performance and an immersive 120 hertz display and technology made specifically for gamers like HyperTouch, the OnePlus 9 and 9 Pro, your best shot to climb the leaderboards. Welcome back, folks. It's your host, F. joined here by the 7 World Gaming and Glitter Explosion, 2 of the best in the business. And as we break this one down, Nova comes out on top. 7, I think you called it.
Yeah, I finally got one right. Thank you, Glitter. I'm glad you gave me some of that glitter Thomas to just kind of rub off on my shoulder. I knew Nova was going to perform. I mean, to be honest, like the way they've been able to perform today from what we were able to see in Miramar, they were able to just put up points. They were able to get 5th place. And on top of that, they were able to get 10 kills. Once you see Nova starting to get kills, that's when scary Nova starts coming out. And I mean, we've seen some of the player stats that we're going to be showing you in a little bit. Oh boy, it's going to be spicy.
It is. I mean, Nova finds themselves towards the top of that one, but overall, XSET still sitting on top. Nova needs to find about 20 more points here, 7, to make it happen.
Yeah, Glitter, what was that?
They're in second place, 7.
Yes, they are. And you know what? At XSET, hey, day 2, just like last time, they find themselves here in first place with 271 damage. Nobody can touch them in regards to kill points, but Nova is starting to creep up, and this is the Nova that we've been all just waiting to see and excited to see. With 252 points, the Panthers, they haven't had the best of days, but it's okay. You know, we still have Sanhok, we still have another Erangel. I can't wait to see that, what's going to happen in those matches. We do have 19 esports here maintaining themselves in 4th place, Ghost Gaming as well. And in the last match, I was happy to see Ogilvy finally starting to wake up. They were able to get 2 points with 9 kills, which is quite impressive out of them. Knights, even though Knights hasn't had the most dominant super weekend that we at some point expected them to have, they're still being able to grab some points. They're still able to grab some kills as well. In the last match, they were able to grab 10 placement points, which is huge for them. And then BTOWN Esports as well, they're in 8th place. Just a lot of movement, and boy, it's not over yet, because after Sanhok and after the next Erangel is going to be even crazier. Let's go to the second page so we can see some of the other stuff, because I'm interested to see if some of the new teams into their first super weekend have finally passed. Oh, they actually have not, but I'm pretty sure they're going to be getting a little bit close. You know who has moved down though, Glitter? Misexis.
I was hoping you saw that, because I noticed that as well. They're down 2 more spots from the beginning of today, as our squads that are currently playing continue to do well and earn points. UYU now only behind Misexis by 11 points, which is more than achievable with 2 games left on the day. But as you were saying, Boring Protocol and Illuminati still holding on to 15th and 16th place respectively. I'm just wondering how much Illuminati is still holding on to it, right? Yeah. I mean, 17th through 19th cannot be that far behind, and we're just gonna take a quick look at that here so we can just
just let me see that third page.
There we go. Oh, they're only 11 points behind 7.
Oh my. Okay, listen, WallStreetBets, I'm pulling for you. You guys can do this in the next match. It's Sanhok. It's the one you guys are usually really good at. Your fragger Baba is actually putting up kills, which is impressive. Drago's starting to put on up kills. I believe. For them to be able to put up 34 points, actually not bad, considering in a way this is kind of the halfway point of the super weekend. We still have another day in tomorrow, and with Esports LLC with 24 points, they still have time to be able to catch up to the Illuminati, and they need to, because in case you've been missing out, these super weekends are not guaranteed. Teams are able to not make it to the super weekend, as we've been able to see with the other teams.
That's the rough part, is you've got to be so consistent in this format. I like that, but some of the teams don't like that, though. With the numbers in mind, it comes down to damage, consistency. We'll see if any teams are consistent. Top damage coming at you. We'll see who's bringing the business and the numbers. And it's, okay, Nova. I see you out there, Nova. You are pushing the bill.
Yeah, Nova. I think that might be, honestly, their best match overall for the squad. 2,700 damage, 14 kills, when the second place team only has 1,800 damage and 9 kills. I mean, Nova showed up. They put themselves in a position to win the game. They were able to be smart. They were able to be patient and challenge when they had to. But I do want to move on that list, because guess what, Glitter? That reversal I was telling you about, even though Syndicate might not be doing good now in Miramar, they are starting to show up in Erangel.
Yeah, not to, which is honestly probably preferable considering how many more times in a day we play Erangel. If they could switch it up and have a stronger performance on a map they play 3 times in one day as opposed to once, it's definitely going to be working out in their favor. Ghost still hanging on in there, 1,500 damage, 5 kills. XSET also chipping away, like you were saying, we saw them in the overall leaderboard, 5 more kill points to their name with almost 1,400 damage. And then Knights, Yo, and Lazarus kind of rounding out the rest of our top damagers here. It's nice to see Yo's having a little bit of a resurgence themselves here, 7.
Yeah, I mean, for them to be able to just acquire, 8 points in that last match, that's a huge boost, because remember, this is one of the new teams here in the Super Weekend. They need to be able to get closer to the Illuminati. That way, once we get to the next week of league play, everybody's going to be biting their nails to see who's going to make it to the final Super Weekend.
I just like watching Yo play. Listen, Jay and Spring are just fun guys to kind of watch and have around the scene, so it's cool to see Yo still hanging on, but I can't walk away from Nova. I mean, Nova are just incredible. This performance, Glitter, I think you said that this might be their best performance as a squad. Looking at their numbers individually, this Nova team is also just lights out.
Yeah, I mean, we got to talk about Rin a little bit at the beginning of today, and I had said, are there going to be players that can meet Rin's level? I mean, Rin was unstoppable yesterday at a scary level, over 3k damage in the day to himself alone, but I asked for it, and all of these players are delivering. Yi is now got more damage than Rin does for today, which is not to say that Rin still isn't performing. He's got over 2,100 damage, but Yi is at over 2,500 damage with 15 kills. We're only 3 games in. He has 15 kills and 12 knockouts already. Rin not much farther behind. But then when you move down the rest of the list, Memories or IGL, he's still almost at a 1k damage mark with 7 kills. Jifan, 5 kills, over 1k damage. I mean, every single player right now is putting in work, 7.
They definitely are. And something that I actually want to point out with Shifan is I'm loving the average survival time. Even though it is the lowest here for this team, he has had some early exits this, especially today, but he's been able to bring it up in some of the other games that he's actually been able to survive a lot longer. So for Shifan to be able to bounce back like that is quite impressive. And I mean, Rin still dominating for this Super Weekend, 29 kills. that boy's on something today.
I mean, you know what they say, ask and ye shall receive. Ye literally received and then gave it back out, hitting all the top numbers. So shout out to Nova. We'll see if they can continue doing so forward. You already know, we like to talk about Nova. Talk to us about Nova right on back. Hashtag PMPL. Get us on whichever social media you find yourself at home in. Because like I said, this is just 3 members of the PUBG Mobile community. I know that there are a ton of other fans out there that want to hear what's going on. Glitter mentioned it earlier. We're going to Sanhok. Let's minimize the map real quick, shake it up, and see who lights themselves on fire. That's what Sanhok is for. It's just a big old mess. And so, for now, we say goodbye to my experts. Farewell for now, and we will go back to our commentator. Zute is going to be on the call for this one as we say hello to Sanhok, hello to Zute, and hello to Mr. Hot Jukes himself.
What is up? F. is back, ladies and gentlemen, aka Mr. Suavecito Papacito himself. Dude, Zute, what is up, bro? Dude, I'll tell you what, this has been a crazy day. I mean, we're standing here, but we better move over because it's been all Nova lately, dude. What's in the water today? Tell me.
Nova has always been doing really well. The past few days and even the last week, they've said, they feel like they can perform better, right? But during that whole entire time, they're maintaining a top 5 position overall. So it's like they finally got the little mess out their way. They cleaned up their stuff just a little bit, polished it, and there you go. You saw that huge chicken dinner with a massive amount of kills. So Nova, they're looking good. They're in 2nd place overall right now.
Whoosh, Yi and Rin just woke up today. I mean, we've seen Nova kind of have some little stumbles, but they ain't stumbling at all. They are running here, ladies and gentlemen. And guess what? All these teams are going to have to keep on running because it's Sanhok, baby. Match number 4, the jungle. Let's get it.
Into the jungle we go. Sanhok, I've seen so many Northwestern Zone endings on that island that I just can't believe how lucky we are to get to see those back to back to back to back. Now, today might be different, and something that is really different, Hot Jukes, is the Panthers team. Yesterday, they closed out the day with 2 chicken dinners in a row. And then they also just had a really huge game on the 3rd to last game as well. But today, that very first game, we saw what happened to the Panthers. So I'm kind of looking at the Panthers for this game. Maybe they could repeat what they did yesterday with the chicken dinner win. And that is a repeat circle of yesterday's Sanhok circle.
Oh, goodness. WallStreetBets, Lazarus, Ogilvy, they are looking up to the sky and saying thank you right now. This is the zone that they were begging for. So this is a good opportunity for them. And I can see why you're looking at the Panthers. But to be honest, man, my eyes are on the bottom of the leaderboards, dude. Because today, this is it, dude. This is their last real chance, to put in some big points. They still got tomorrow, but after this, it's one more super weekend. And if you don't make it to that super weekend, it's not guaranteed, then you just have to sit and hope you put up enough points here, in this game, the next game, and tomorrow's. Otherwise, you're not going to the finals. Got to put up some bigger points now.
You're absolutely right. We are cutting near to the end of the regular league stage heading into the finals, right? It still seems like we have so long to go, but for the teams on the bottom, like you mentioned, they might want to start doing some math, start tallying up some numbers to see just exactly how well they need to do for the rest of these 2 games and tomorrow, because the teams on the bottom, we've seen the shuffle. Some of these teams that made it in the first super weekend, they didn't make it into the second. And for the ones that made it into the second, hey, they might not make it into the third. So I love that point you bring up, Hot Jukes.
Yeah, dude. I mean, they really can't be comfortable at all. The teams at the top, they can, right? They can be, a little bit more lax because they know they're going to make it to the finals. At the end of the day, of course, they want to put up as many points as they possibly can. But still, those teams at the bottom, I mean, they are definitely at risk of getting knocked out of the finals. And yeah, tomorrow, think about it. It's only 5 games. 5 games tomorrow. This one and the next one here today. And then that's the only thing that's guaranteed. Next Super Weekend, we'll have to see what happens. But I'll tell you what, if they don't put up enough points now, I don't think we've really talked about this, you leave yourself open to get camped when it comes to the regular 2 days coming up. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. 100%. Gatekeeping a team out in the game itself is very typical, but once you get into the qualifications of into the finals, that's a whole nother type of gatekeep story right there. So we've seen it happen. We've already seen Ghost Gaming try to take Dope out from making it into this super weekend that we're watching right now, and that's just a super weekend. So you can imagine in leading into the finals, that gatekeeping is going to ramp up even harder. There's going to be some teams where I feel like into the last super weekend, they're going to develop their main strategy on seeing first, is there any teams we want to deny the grand finals?
And for those of you guys just tuning in, just to give you guys an example, real quick, as we watch Nice Quick got eyes on Ogilvy. We'll wait for him to take those shots. But dude, just to add to that point and galvanize it, dude, we saw BTOWN's team get camped out of a super weekend. So we've seen teams like the best. Remember that? Yeah, literally, BTOWN's squad got camped out of a super weekend because of a bad performance on one day. So if you put yourself in a position where you have to make it to the next super weekend, otherwise you're not going to the finals, you're going to leave that door open for all the teams on top to go and make sure that you don't make it to that last super weekend and your dreams are crushed. So I'm telling you, this game right now is huge. I don't want to hear, the excuses of, like it's just, they got 5 more games. No, they really don't.
Mm-hmm. I remember that game that you bring up. I think I remember it clear as day. It was on Erangel, and it was wild card, and the BTOWN's team was like, I think at that time it was still Cloud9. They were like in shambles. They were driving around looking for what little piece of cover they could, and the other team were just hounding them down, and everyone, right, just in the kill feed looking at it. Oh, there goes C9. Looks like they might not make it. So right now, the teams, they're not getting super, camped out or gay camped out of, whatever the finals and whatnot. So they have a little bit of a breathing room, but that still doesn't change the fact that they need to get those points. Primarily the teams down at the bottom. I'm taking a look at the circle right now. Once again, just like yesterday, so many teams have moved up dead onto the middle of the zone, and they moved up onto that island on the northwest. The eastern island, we maybe have like 3-4 teams just taking their time and looting because they realize, we're not getting anywhere close to center on that first circle.
My eyes right now are all on WallStreetBets. To be honest, they should have done a copious amount of research by now. And if you have done even the slightest amount on Sanhok, you're going to know when this circle happens, Nova's coming up that bridge. And they're coming in quick. They've done it every single time so far in the PMPL. So if WallStreetBets gets caught off guard up top again, that's unforgivable in my eyes. Like you can let it happen the first time, right? But they've already done this multiple times. You should be on the lookout for them, to be honest.
Natsuo here, one of the top fraggers for Ogilvy with an AK-4X, really feeling himself there. I think he has an M4 on his back, but he doesn't. Wow.
Taps.
Okay. He doesn't even have the 4X on the M4. He puts it on the AK instead. Definitely feeling himself. Speaking of Ogilvy, shout outs to Ogilvy. I think they're a team that has really proven they're a top tier team. I remember in week 1, right? Week 1 is always a little sketch, like, hey, if you did well week 1, can you actually do it into week 2? We saw Mazexis finish top 5 in week 1. They can't even qualify into the second. Ooh.
Oh, it's a
jab.
See ya.
That's a dead jab. It's a dead jab. Nova returning the favor on some of the times that they might have been bridge camp. That's an easy point. But to round off what I was saying about Ogilvy, coming into the week 2 of the Super Weekend, I was worried that, their stellar performance in week 1 might fall off, right? It's one of those like rookie teams. They just got lucky, whatever the case may be. But they're holding it down. They're holding it down with like top teams like 19 Esports, Ghost, PK, Nova, XSET. They're hanging in there. So really great to see from this Ogilvy team.
Yeah, Ogilvy's been doing great. BTOWN, I think, have had some really shining moments too. I think that they have the gun skill when they get in the right position. I think that I'm still waiting to see them get into that right position, though, a little bit more often. I think that's the only thing that's holding them back is just these little rotational issues. And if they're able to group up together and be able to hit those points and get those zones, I think we're going to see a lot more from Ogilvy and BTOWN, to be honest.
I agree. I'm looking at the minimap.
But what was BTOWN doing, though? What was BTOWN doing? Because the thing is this, we know Nova goes up that bridge, right? Nova they land ruins. If this is that circle, they're going up there. So, to send a vehicle like that, I think it's kind of what a spot from BTOWN.
Great tap. BTOWN, by the way, not a gyro player. You could kind of see how dead still his scope was when he was scoped in on Nesquik. So BTOWN, Wolf, one of the rare players that still do not play with gyroscope, and he hit those shots though. Those taps came out, the headshots.
They 1-2-3'd him, 100% with HH.
Oh, yeah, I heard that.
Yeah. BTOWN was there, spotted him with a crazy spot. Ladies and gentlemen, I know we get to see the whole body on there, but in the game, that was a pixel just moving beside that rock. And he was able to see it, and he called out HH. He's like, yo, right here. All right, ready? 1, 2, 3. Bah! And it's all over, just like that.
Teamwork right there. Some players, they might get greedy. They don't want to tell their teammates. They're like, that guy's not even moving. And they take some few shots. They hit 2, but they need to hit the 3rd one. and then they miss it. But Ghost Gaming, teamwork comes to mind, and they're actually going to rotate off that circle shift. The circle didn't really go anywhere. It just kind of centered dead up onto the island, but that just gives Lazarus an even higher chance to maybe finally see one of the zones end at the tip top of the mountain. We have yet to see that, even though we've gotten this northwestern island circle so many times this PMPL.
Oh, goodness gracious. Fortunately, we see this beautiful crate right on top, landing on the building. That's a tough thing to see here. Yeah, it's so crazy to see how many squads have already rotated up into this island. We're definitely seeing a shift versus like prior PMPLs. These guys are not messing around. They're not wasting time. They know the importance of making it up to here early. And it is definitely paid off every single time we've seen it. Big fight, though, between Esports LLC and Ghost Gaming. Nice knock there from Flawless. He's going to have to get it done. He does a beautiful drop shot, but it ain't going to be enough against Spec, dude. Spec all day long.
Oh, Spec almost lost that. That drop shot almost caught Spec off guard, but of course, Spec, oh, his CQC, his reaction speed is on another level. Xenox, another player that has really insane reaction, and he does get knocked. XSET holding down the buildings, but can XSET capitalize off that knock? At most, maybe they can prevent the revive, but they definitely don't want to overextend and push too far out. There's so many sightlines to worry about. And Sanhok, we're already ramping up into the action. Of course, you know, given this circle, a lot of the teams are just trying to find some sort of way in. And Syndicate, they found their way straight into Pro Era and taking Pro Era down to bits and pieces. Only one player left, and it is Pan.
Pan on the run. Syndicate's hunting him down, too. You can hear that buggy coming for him. Pan full sprint away. And I wonder how long is Syndicate going to commit to try and get him. They do have the Ronnies, but Pan's behind this beautiful little rock here. And I don't see them finding him at all.
still fighting with XSET. They just got a grenade opening. That might be a push for the Knights, though. Because Knights, they want to push further into the circle. XSET is the ones gatekeeping them out. Syndicate still looking for Pan. Pan just playing ever so quiet. I think Pan might be able to get one and a thirst. Unless if Ace and... Oh,
the Cybertruck. Oh. Does he spot him, though? Does he spot him? Oh, he spotted him. That's it. He goes up. They let him know. Polo. Pan, sorry, tried to get it done. Can't do it. Syndicate does end up catching him, getting those nice, beautiful 4 points to start the game off. So great start for them. An unfortunate one for Pro Era, going out early, back-to-back games.
Jay, snake in here. Chico did get a grenade lock, but the PK team actually was not planning on pushing. You see Chico spread out from the rest of his team. His other two teammates holding down the bridge area, and the hit list really close next to the Knights team, and they might actually spot out Chico. Chico, he's got cover from XSET, but I don't think he has good cover from the Hitlist. Hitlist is about to make their presence known soon, especially with the circle shift. I'm betting it's going somewhere onto that northwestern island, and there it is, a kind of hard shift, and it sends towards the northeast side. It gives Ghost Gaming a good zone, though.
Ghost Gaming ending up dead center. This is where they have always gone, from Paradise straight to here as well. So I wonder when teams are going to really understand these rotations and land in these kind of areas and try to focus on gatekeeping these bigger squads from even crossing those bridges. Because in my eyes, if you're trying to take out a team like that early, I mean, that's the best time to do it. You don't want to handle them when they're all set up already.
It goes both ways. If you specifically camp out a team, let's say for Lazarus example, they land where Ghost is right now. If Lazarus stays there, they give up the opportunity to control the top of the hill, right? So it's like it's a give and take. I think we'll see more of those camping strats once we start nearing the last week of the Super Weekend. But for now, everyone's just trying to optimize their own points and play to their own strengths and positions.
We just saw Coops just hit a quick U-turn, said, nope, not this way. Alucard decided, I think I want to go that way as well. And he's going to go to the lobby.
Oh, that's funny. Coops gets shot at, does a quick UE, gets behind cover. Alucard, the second to get shot at, just drives straight in and is like, I don't care. He goes down.
Here,
Chico. Does XSET realize Chico's still here? Chico has sneaked all the way up, really close by, and XSET actually lost 2 players already. So Coops, I think Coops is just going to swim over. Chico's got a little bit of the zone to work with in zone there. The hit list, they need to make that same cross that Alucard has, and XSET has their eyes dead set that way.
Chico about to get a new nickname, dude. It's about to be Sneeko, because that's exactly what he's doing. Sneaky, sneaky. Is he going to be able to catch one of these players off guard, though? That's what we're going to have to wait and see. We're starting to see some more teams. The circle is starting to get a little bit tighter here. WallStreetBets, this is the team that landed in this area. They should have a good game here regardless. But they seem to be extremely split up. Drake is in the water. I think Kige did end up hearing that little fishy swim. Is he going to spot him out, though?
I think King is looking more towards the land, doesn't realize Drake has already dropped into the water. But WallStreetBets, at least they're aware that there's a team behind them. So they are aware of their flank. They are on the edge, but playing on the edge does not always mean you're the only team on that spot. So good heads up from WallStreetBets. Check all the corners, all the angles, especially the flank. And I'm looking at my mini map right now, Hot Jukes. That southern area of that circle.
Oh, goodness.
Has so many people. Here it is. Yeah, the Hitlist try to make that cross, but of course the Knights and XSET keeping out the Hitlist. And you see how spread the Hitlist are. They realize, yo, even if we stick together to try and fight our way in, this crossing is not favorable. So they have completely spread from one another. And UIU, they did this last game on Sanhok with this zone. All they did was go for the med kits, so they're coming in extremely late right now.
If you really look closely, it's almost like you can see what the players are thinking. You saw Chachi just look slow. His character move slowly to the left and slowly to the right. That's him just trying to figure out how the heck am I going to get into this zone? This way being the best way that he could figure out, but Kill Switch did have a great angle, but that window just not wide enough. That does end up giving enough time for Chachi to run all the way up that hill. And that's going to keep the hit list alive for just a little bit longer. His two remaining teammates are really lagging behind. Chico! Sneeko, Chico! Coming from behind. Pre-fire. Oh, that was nice.
Yeah, they almost caught that with J7, but J7 stopped just short of that. Chico! 007 right there, sneaking one in. And this zone, by the way, we're shifting towards the east again. This happened yesterday, and the Panthers managed to close that one out. J7, last one alive for XSET team. He realizes he's got to go big right now, take the 1v1, get that kill point. Primes the grenade. Chico, though, hears it, runs towards him aggressively. J7, 1 HP.
Tommy!
Oh, gets Chico. Chico with a little bunny hop. That was not what you wanted to do. J7 winning that one out.
J7, dude, such an experienced veteran player. And you know that he's actually the player that Gay kept Cloud9 that one tournament. And that, whoa, beautiful shots there from Brad onto Purge. I love hearing those dinks. Man, dude, J7 showing that he's still got it in the CQC.
Here you go, WallStreetBets. Oh, no, WallStreetBets action.
Go.
I thought WallStreetBets was fighting BTOWN because we were looking at that earlier, but instead, they have full sent it into Ghost Gaming. One team you do not want to just haphazardly full send, and of course Ghost Gaming. They get 6 kills already, and that position in the zone, one of the few high grounds left. Ghost Gaming, man, this is typical Ghost Gaming, looking strong with their positioning.
This is going to be a huge game for them. I mean, having that spot in this circle, already 6 kills, I think it's going to be a big Ghost game. We'll see how that ends up in the end here. We're still seeing some teams starting to eat some blue zone. Rad, 067, trying to look around, trying to figure out how he's going to navigate himself into this circle. And I think that he's going to navigate himself into those 6 first aids, Zute.
I think he's got that vehicle, so he's going to make use of the first aids and then go in as late as possible. Maybe clear out all the chaos. He'll find a way in. Fierce, Lazarus still holding the top of the mountain. The problem with this position, though, unless if they have vehicles, there's no safe way for them to get down. Oh, I just saw a moped, so they could jump off the cliff and not take any fall damage. And I see that circle, Hodgix. What do you have to say about that one?
Are you kidding? Ghost, baby. I mean, this is their game in the bag. It's really unfortunate to see WallStreetBets, having this circle gifted to them, and Ghost just like Scrooge on Christmas Eve, dude, stealing that gift right out from under them, and they are going to make absolute use of it. Peaceful's running out in the open. HH24 doesn't look like he's particularly looking at it. He's checking out those rear springs on that buggy. Allows Peaceful to go ahead and push up, but there you go. Spec does hear the shots. Is he going to do a crazy jump down play? That's the question.
Oh, no. Spec does not jump down, though. It looked like he might have for a second. Oh, he might slip off. Oh,
do it.
Getting really
Do it
close
for the highlight reel.
to that. Getting really, really close to that edge.
No
but
way.
There's. Oh,
he felt that
Spec.
one.
Spec felt
Spec
that one
like,
for sure.
This
He
man's got an
slowed
arm,
with
boys.
with another one, but I think
This guy's got an
smart
arm.
enough. Spec smart enough to back up just a little bit. Ghost Gaming realized that player down there is nothing but a nuisance, not a threat. So they're not too worried. I mean, given this circle, they should have all 3 players, if not 4, focus on the potential kills elsewhere. And I feel like this Sanhok game has just blown by. Teams are just getting. There we go. Nova taking out the Panthers. Multiple teams all getting eliminated. Lazarus getting pieced up themselves, having to come down from that hilltop. I think Lazarus, they love that hilltop too much. They've held it every game so far, and it just has not worked out in their favor.
So insane to see that, considering the position that they had. But welcome to the jungle, ladies and gentlemen. The action has just been non-stop. There goes down HH24, trying to make a quick rotation. Nova with some more shots. Look at this. I mean, Rin has had a day to save the least. So I wouldn't count Nova out regardless, just to how much this man has been popping off today. It's not fire.
HH went down and also got thirsted. That must suck. He's all the way at the high ground in the most advantageous position possible. Getting knocked, sure, that's okay. But he also got thirsted. I think that was Nova coming in with the sprays. And Grave with that Bob Barker just looking up into the skies, just waiting for someone to peek. And Grave actually made it up. I don't know if Ghost Gaming knows Grave is up there with them.
Spec catches Peaceful, and Grave with that MK, that Bob Barker. You know that thing is gonna scream. Bayo has to stay very careful. He's gonna call his teammates for help. He does have a beautiful nade cooked, though. This should be an easy one for Bayo to eat up. Grave with the run out. Oh, actually survives it. And here comes Ghost to challenge him in the 2v1. Grave did not even stand a chance there. Great player, but what could you do with Ghost come at you like that?
The UMP, not as strong as the Bob Barker in close range, but still probably one of the best close range guns there is. Nova, down to their last player, just meting it off. I don't know how much Rin has, but we're down to 4 teams. Technically, 2 teams that still have a chance to play in this game. The UYU, that player from UYU is all the way south of Ruins. Like maybe we'll get a quick cam on that once the action here ends. But there we go. Nova taking it down. UYU did not do almost did nothing this game except for look for first aids. And look at this, top 3. But we're down to Ogilvy and Ghost Gaming. 4v3 situation. Does HH going down earlier? Is that going to impact? Wow, that crunch was gnarly.
That was some crunchy peanut butter right there. And UYU might just make it to second place with how Ghost is currently fighting against Ogilvy. They are going to pick up 2 more points. That's the baker's dozen for Ghost Gaming. I mean, what else can you say? There he is. You see him in the bottom right, all the way south of Ruins. I mean, completely not even close to this fight. Just first aiding his face off, trying to make it, and goes out. Yeah, those bandages not being strong enough. There goes UYU, still picking up 10 placement points. The Med Strats coming up big here, Zute.
That Molly. You can hope for, I guess. Ogilvy, meanwhile, the best they can hope for is maybe Ghost Gaming full sends jumps one down and they get a knock and a thirst. But Beowulf, he's got something in his hand. He's got that low toss of a grenade. It does fly a little bit too far. I think this is the last circle. No, there's one more circle left, and Ogilvy might have it. Ghost Gaming might have to jump down. Beowulf makes the first jump. Spec follows. Tensa over the top with that molly in hand.
What a beautiful play. Bayo actually low tossed some smokes down there just to be able to eliminate those sidelines so they can jump down. And they want to finish this game. They want those 2 extra points from these kills. They don't want to let Papa Blue take him away from him. Nice knock on the one on glass. Tensa covering this top angle. It's all Ghost Gaming here. Here comes Spec to clean it up. And that's the game, ladies and gentlemen. Ghost! Ooh, baby. We saw it all the way from circle, what was that, 2.5? Ghost.
Yeah.
all day long, man. All day long when they get a position like that. Just too good.
If that's not a ghost chicken dinner, I don't know what is, right?
Right.
They did fight their way in. They had to fight a team in Hot 10. They had to defend, but it's just Ghost Gaming makes it look so easy. Like, they don't break a sweat. So let's take a look at the match rankings to see how some of these other teams did in that Sanhok match.
Well, they didn't do as good as Ghosts. I'm going to tell you that right now, bro. 30 points. Oh, boy. Coming up big, dude. Chicken dinner and placement points alone, dude. So crazy to see what Ghost can do whenever they get a position like that. Nova Esports doing a great job. Rin being able to extend the life of his team, get 8 points in placement, 12 total. So Nova putting up some good points regardless. Looking on over the second page, man, for me, looking at this, WallStreetBets, seeing them go down that early, considering that they had that zone, it's tough to see.
Yeah, WallStreetBets, they ran into Ghosts, so I could give them the credit of at least they picked the position to potentially win the game, but the execution, I think they had 3 players knocked instantly when they drove into the Ghost. Maybe if they took it a little bit slower, maybe if they just had a little heads up and was like, yo, there's probably going to be a team here. And, oh, man, all Ghost, baby. 5 kills, 4 kills, 700 damage, pretty much average between the 3 of them. The only one we're missing is AJ. We can only fit 3 of the Ghost members, and there's the rest of the Ghost squad on your screen. HH making that debut. Hey, chicken dinner, even if you weren't there to be at the end of it, Hot Jukes.
Oh my goodness. Well, I'll tell you what, if you want to look like one of these guys, make sure you go into the game and pick up one of the PMPL Fall 2021 special crates so you guys can go ahead and look just like the players inside of the game. Do it quick. Don't miss out on that opportunity so you can look like some of these guys. I doubt you can play like them. I mean, these guys have been popping off, but you can, in fact, look like them. Guys, we'll be back right after this short break. Don't go anywhere.
OnePlus 9 Pro.
The OnePlus 9 Pro. Oh my god, this phone feels incredible. The best processor, 120 hertz, 12 gigs of RAM, and a Hasselblad camera. What more could you want?
The hyper touch on this bad boy is phenomenal.
The best model of OnePlus phone I have used to date.
Welcome back, friends. Game number 4, all said and done here at the PMPL. And game number 4 was fun to watch, fun to play as well. And of course, it's the most fun to watch or play on the One Plus. With flagship performance and an immersive 120 hertz display, technology made specifically for the gamers. Like HyperTouch, the OnePlus 9 and 9 Pro are your best shot to climb the leaderboards. Welcome back, as I said, to the PUBG Mobile Pro League. I'm your host, F. for the day. D-Gon will be back tomorrow, but you know them, you love them. Sevens and Glitter here for the stay, as per usual. Man, Glitter, we got a chance to see Ghost actually pull it off this time. It's been a while, which is odd to say about Ghost Gaming.
I know, we haven't seen them able to pull down a chicken dinner since our last Super Weekend, so this is huge for Ghost. They've been kind of actually going after the Nova strategy 7, where they just are being consistent. They're just going somewhere in the middle. But this was a huge chicken dinner for them. They had great positioning. They were able to hold it really successfully and obviously come out with the win. And not Sanhok. I mean, that's always a difficult thing to do.
It was Sanhok. I was hoping you're going to mention that. Like, I mean, this team, every single time they do end up performing like insanely. At least so far this Super Weekends, it has been Sanhok. And then after that, they kind of turn it up for the last game. And you mentioned it correctly. I mean, they just been waiting. They haven't been too flashy like we're used to. They haven't been getting that many chicken dinners, but they have been pretty consistent when it comes to points.
Well, that's Ghost. Unfortunately, for some teams, they haven't been as successful as Ghost Gaming. UYU, they're a fun team. They've got a lot of talent, but the expectations might be a little bit different. Let's zoom into UYU and see what their expectations are all about.
Hey everyone, I'm joined by Trey of Team UYU to dive into the expectations for this season's PMPL. So Trey, let's start there. PMPL Season 2, what does UYU expect?
What you should expect from us this season is a more aggressive team. UYU is always known to be a passive team, not known to like push teams a lot, even if we get a knock. And we've been really working on that, and you should expect an aggressive team coming into this PMPL.
Why are you making the change if you're known as a more passive team?
Because being passive at this stage hasn't been really working for us. So we've been trying to be more aggressive, and we realize that we play way better playing aggressive. So that's what we're trying to work on right now.
Well, UIU made the first Super Weekend. What would you expect from the America's Championship if you all were able to make it?
Actually, I have really big expectations of my team. I feel like if we made it there, and not saying we would be first place, but I really think we would be up there.
Well, I think to do that, you're going to have to definitely figure out what's different. And I think you identified a little bit there, playing passive before, playing aggressive now. Give me one specific example of when you were able to do that so far in PMPL.
All right, you remember the first Super Weekend that we played where we got the chicken dinner? Like we crashed like a crucial compound with 19. You remember that fight? Yeah,
the UIU compound.
The UIU compound, yeah, and we got crashed by like 2 to 3 teams right after that. So basically just being aggressive, like demand and taking that spot, that's pretty much what won us the game right there.
Well, you guys were Accelerate at the beginning of the year. You got picked up by an organization now with UIU. So this year's gone pretty well. I'll go for it.
Actually, we were picked up by Godsend before we were actually UIU. We were first Accelerate, then Godsend, and then we were picked up by UIU.
There you go. So you've had a lot of opportunities to bounce around with some esports orgs. How would you want to close out 2021? What are your big dreams and aspirations there?
Closing out 2021 would be to make the PMPL Americas.
Well, there you have it. You're on the right track by that first Super Weekend. 2 more to go. Best of luck for the rest of the tournament, Trey.
Thank you.
Shout out D-Gon, shout out Trey from UYU, the Jamaican squad for the most part. Lovely to see UYU do things. They actually stepped a little bit they made a bigger mark, there we go, in map number 4 than we've seen them. So kind of nice to see the turnaround a little bit from UIU. Let's take a look at the total damage, though, for the entire map of Sanhok. I said it before, this one's small. This one is exciting. It's fun to get into. Glitter, when we break down Sanhok, these are numbers that you might not expect.
I mean, we just saw Nova have an insane game. Now Ghost decides to get over 2,500 damage and 15 kills on Sanhok. I mean, we saw the 30-point game coming out of them, but I did not realize that they were over 2,500 damage. And look what that means for the rest of these teams. It's just pittance at the bottom here, okay? Because Ghost absorbed everything they possibly could. It's nice to see Ogilvy up here, though. 7 over 1,100 damage and 6 kills to their name. And while the damage counts might be low for Syndicate and 19 Esports, they're still able to leverage that into a lot of kill points with 5 and 6 kills, respectively.
Yeah, I think Ogilvy, especially the last 2 matches, I'm seeing what the players are saying in their respective chats, and Ogilvy is saying, we need to push for that win. If I'm not mistaken, I think that's back-to-back second-place finishes. They're pretty much being the bridesmaids right now. They want to be able to become the brides. Hopefully, the last match will be able to. We got 19 Esports there with 6 kills. Honestly, 19 Esports, after we saw what Acer was able to do at the beginning of the day, they've been quiet, but they've been steady. We have XSET there with 2 kills. At least they were able to put up some damage. And then Knights as well. Knights, Glitter. Let's go back to Knights here just for a quick second. They just haven't showed us the performance that we were expecting here at all today.
No, they've definitely been a little bit quieter, which I'm a little bit surprised by, only considering how dominant they were during league play. I think all of us were kind of hoping to see that they could repeat that, but instead we've had different teams taking over for different days. I mean, Panthers went crazy yesterday. I almost feel like even with a mediocre game there, we still see Nova up on the charts. Nova's having a phenomenal day today. XSET's been doing well. So maybe they're just in some weird rotation that we don't know about.
I mean, when you're looking at these squads, I keep asking for consistency. I'll be on, not tomorrow, I'll be on some of the shows a little bit later, and I'll say consistency over and over again. Trust me on that. And we look at all the bottom teams, we look at all the top teams, and I'm still asking for consistency. Ghost Gaming comes through, and they have a fantastic performance, but they have not been the Ghost Gaming the way we have come to really get to know them, Seven.
Yeah, they definitely haven't, but at least the players are putting up some great stats. So, Addy, do me a favor, throw up that graphic for me, because today, I mean, we were able to, I was able to mention it just now. They haven't been the flashes, but they are just putting in great performances. We see Spec being able to be the main person, at least for today, for the team. 2,400 damage, 8 kills, 10 knocks, and the most average survival time. That is a great performance out of Spec. But then you have Beowulf. He actually doesn't fall short from that. He's able to put 1,400 damage, and then when you go to HH24, a player that was able to start this PMPL NA very hot and then kind of died down a little bit. This is a huge confidence boost for him, as he's able to also put up some great stats, be able to get 7 kills, and they're just not depending on Tensa as much as they're used to. Today so far, they've been able to just average place about 5th place. They've been able to average about 1,600 damage, which is quite impressive. And not just that, the whole team itself, every single game, they're currently averaging about 7 kills, which is really impressive, F-Dot.
This is that bounce back. Again, I'm asking for consistency. These are sick numbers. Deliver me these numbers each and every time. We have a consistent group of analysts up here. Why can't y'all give us consistent results? Thank you so much to Seven and Glitter. We're going to say goodbye to you for the second to last time. Our 5th map is on the way. It is back to Erangel, and we'll see that happen, of course. If you like it, let us know. Hashtag PMPL. Find us anywhere you find yourself on the internet, because PUBG Mobile is everywhere, just like our games. 5th and final map coming at you. And we will say hello to our commentator, Zute, and the hottest of jukes, my main man. Hola. Let's go.
¿Qué pasó? Hey, everywhere. Dude, I love how he said that, bro. Dude, first off, this day has got me just scratching my head, Zoo, because, bro, didn't we see, stats like this last game from Nova, but better? I mean, what's happening? What's happening?
I feel like we're at a point where the top teams, right, like XSET, Nova, Ghost Gaming, we're hitting a point where they're all just playing so well that any one of them could just take the game depending on the zone. And the rest of the teams are just making the best of the zone. So that, like Nova, they got the chicken dinner the game before. Last game, they didn't get the chicken dinner, but top 3 finish. Ghost, like, it's just, we're seeing like a ping pong back and forth now. And to me, I think that's great to see.
It's crazy. I think we're starting to see them top teams start to download that technology. You know what I'm saying? Like, they downloaded the update. They're starting to figure out the rest of these squads. But can one of these squads upset them? That's the question, everybody. Last game here of this day-to-day. Going to Erangel. Let's get it.
Right off the bat, I'm looking at this plane path. It's looking not too pretty. I think that's like hard towards the east, and it just cuts down straight towards like the military island side. So last game of the day, really tough plane path. I feel like the whole entire western side of the map is really hard to reach, and or the northwest at least. XSET can drop into Milta, no problem. Ghost Gaming, of course, Pachinki. Like they almost like never have a problem with getting to their drop location. And the Panthers, I think, will take military base with this plane path. But of course, we always got to wait and see where the first circle goes to have a better idea of how this game might play out.
That's why you only see the biggest and baddest teams at Pachinki, man. If you look at like the metadata overall competitive, PUBG Mobile, the team that lands Pachinki always ends up in a very high ranking position for the entire tournament. And that's why we see Ghost dominate. We saw them in the last game. We're seeing some teams as we look at, those, you can see those overall rankings, everybody. That's what we're really looking at, because they want to put up some points before tomorrow, some big ones. You look at Mazexis down there, Pro Era, the Hitlist. They really, really have to pop off. Bop, they're out. They're not playing in this one today or tomorrow. But if they make it this next Super Weekend and one of these squads don't, they might just get passed up.
The other thing that's scary for Bop, at least, is they're not in this Super Weekend. Next Super Weekend, they're going to be just trying to fight for their spot in the top 16. And for Bop, that's a team that has some experienced players. So some of these teams might look at that team and be like, hey, that might be a team we want to prevent from getting into the finals, right? They have Fates and Fame Boys, 2 players, which both went to the PMGC last year. So that is like an extra target on their back almost, in my opinion.
Your favorite players, in fact. It's so crazy. I mean, I think you're totally right. When you look at Bop, unfortunately, they had to rock a 3-man in one day of those league plays due to one of them not being able to make it due to a disastrous situation, So they're definitely not feeling too good. But for the fact that they're watching here. They're keeping an eye on those numbers. And if it comes down to it and they got the opportunity to take out one of those teams for this upcoming Super Weekend, it may become a necessity for them. So it's going to be interesting to see if these teams like the Hitlist, Pro Era, honestly, I'm surprised to see the Hitlist so low on the leaderboards. I think I expected a lot more from them, Jat G especially, to kind of really put the team on his back and, end up on top. But, I mean, this is the last game of the day. Got to put up some big points.
Jat G was a player that we looked at very early on, and I think he kind of had a small glow up in the very beginning of the stages, and ever since then, the Hitlist, you're right, they just kind of fizzled off. But I can't blame some of these teams, man. Like the level of competition is at some of the highest I've ever seen. And there is a good mix of like newer teams in here, so it always kind of throws a wild card in the sense of like you're not sure what these newer teams are gonna do. The top teams, the legacy teams, like you have like almost, I would like to say, years of VOD footage to study, to know how they play, to know what to expect. So it is tough coming into the PMPL when you have a mix of new and old teams, and then you got some of the new teams that just is like owning right now, teams like Ogilvy, right? So definitely a challenging lobby for a lot of these teams to secure their points in.
I'm about to say, out of all the teams, I'll put you on the spot right here, that are these newer squads, which is one, especially more than all of them, that you feel has just like completely surprised you?
I'd have to give it to Ogilvy or the Panthers, the two best performing teams that aren't one of those legacy teams, right? The Panther, I love their style. Like today, let's not really talk about today, okay? Today was after I saw that game number 1, I didn't lose faith in them, but I was like, that is not the Panthers that I did a deep dive analysis on at the start of the show.
The Zute curse.
Yeah, but like they play from the edge, which is the most difficult style to play from. You don't rely on circle blessings at all. You rely on your team's adaptability, ability to read the situation, your ability to fight. That's the only successful way you can play from the edge and get into the top 5. And before today started, I mean, they were number 1. And if anything goes to show how bad of a day they're having now, I think they dropped down to like maybe 6th place almost, right? So I still want to shout out to the Panthers. And of course, other team, Ogilvy. This Ogilvy team, I haven't really noticed a particular style of their play. It looks like a kind of a mix of both styles. Sometimes they got an edge, sometimes they go rotate more center, but it's a team that definitely has a star player, very identifiable, which is Natsuo, right? That guy has been popping off for the team, and I love watching, you know, these newer teams come up, especially when they got a star player to kind of lead the way.
It's so great to see these just star players really shine on their squad. You can instantly tell which are the ones that are the fraggers, which are the ones that are support players, and you know, a lot of weight goes on those top fraggers' shoulders to just pop off and make those crazy plays and open up those opportunities for their team. You know, going back to the Panthers, I kind of really love that point that you made and that strategy that they have of constantly playing from the edge. I wonder, like, as we see them go on in this tournament, the more we see them playing that style, that's more practice coming from the edge of circle than any other team, right?
100%.
Like, that's what they live on. They live on edge of circle. So when they get blessed, it's easy street, right? I mean, for any of these teams at this level, if they get circle blessed, it's, you know, all they got to do is just hit those shots, which they can definitely do. But, you know, playing from the edge absolutely isn't the most difficult strategy, and if the Panthers are living on that, the time they get to the zone, they're chilling, and the times that they have to rush in, they are killing. And look at Seagull with a drop shot, does end up getting hit by Spray. He goes for the thirst and gets it.
Oh,
the nade. What?
You got a thirst and a knock, or who? What? Was that a pre?
Did he just?
I don't know. There it is.
Explode.
Spray through. Spray dropped a grenade before that push even happened. That's what happened, Hot Jukes. Before Seagut made contact, he dropped a grenade at that corner, uncooked, knocked Seagut, went for the thirst, and when Pro Era went to get the trade, that's when the 8-second grenade timer popped off, and he got another one. But the rest of the Yo team not there to fully capitalize off that. Like, we've saw other teams, if one player can get 2 knocks, the rest of the team is there and ready to capitalize off that play. But Pro Era looks like they're going to be able to just get out for free.
Pro Era going to take the money and run. Well, not necessarily for free. They're going to leave Hugh in the process.
Did Hugh
he did get picked up. Yeah, he did get revived. So, good luck, Hugh.
They might not know. Yo might think that they all left.
I thought you said that Pro Era may not know they left you. You know, for a second.
That too. I mean, they left so fast.
They forgot, right? Like, oh, Kevin! You know, like just started screaming. Goodness gracious! You know, what a crazy way to start off this last match of the day. Well, it's all fun and games, but I'll tell you what, it's serious business for these players. You still got $1,000, man, on the line every single game here, and more importantly, those points that'll guarantee you a spot into the finals. And in the finals, there's only one team, as a big reminder, that get a guaranteed slot to the PUBG Mobile Global Championships, and that, my friend, is the ultimate prize.
I'm looking at the mini map right now, and I think one of the players is going back for Hugh to pick him up. I just imagine as they're leaving, one of them is just like, where's Hugh? And Hugh is like, you guys left me.
Help!
And we get the next circle shift. The hit list, we were just talking about them. dead in the center of the circle. Of course, it's circle 2, so it could shift on anywhere still. Ghost Gaming taking position on top of that hill, and XSET, wow, that is quite a surround if I've ever seen one onto the Lazarus team.
And look at, it looks like J7 and J were like jumping at the same time too. I was like, what kind of intimidation play is this? Very interesting strat. Oh, you're gonna see that again. Spray did get that. I'm surprised he went to the thirst knowing that nade was there, but he did end up getting that play. But unfortunately, Yo just dropped the ball. It just wasn't there quick enough to help out their teammate.
Yeah, unlike 19 Esports, right? We saw Acer kind of hold his own for a little bit, and that converted into 4 points and a full reset. So, Yo, one of the more experienced teams, right? Inexperienced teams. So they weren't there to support their teammate as fast as they should, in my opinion. And Lazarus, they lose one player in XSET. They literally have all the angles covered. But I think after getting that one kill, XSET's going to go prioritize that rotation. I don't blame them. It looks like Lazarus is just going to play careful and play safe now after they lost that first player.
Yeah, XSET going to take the point and just say, hey, you know what? We got to get into zone here. Steve-O does get that UAS pieced up a little bit. He's going to park it in his garage and protect it. Something that he definitely has to do considering this is still early in the game. Protecting those vehicles, a huge important strategy when it comes to the end game. That is coming up. WallStreetBets had a rough Sanhok. I mean, it's a game that they know for a fact that they dropped the ball there. So I really want to see how they bounce back.
WallStreetBets. It's a team that, in all fairness, I think is doing pretty well. Given the experience of the team, given the fact that they didn't quite make it into the first Super Weekend, I think for their first Super... This is the second Super Weekend, but this is their first time playing. All things considered, like... I can't hate on them, man. They're doing pretty good for the skill level that I'm expecting them to play at.
Well, I know for a fact in their hearts they want to be at a skill level just a little bit higher. So that's something that I think we're still waiting to see from them. They have the potential. They got the players, right? It's just really firing on all cylinders together, putting in those hours. And the fact that that is a very, very new team, considering how well they've done so far, is definitely something that you have to take notice of. Look at Ghost, right? I mean, how long has that squad played together compared to everybody else?
Not just the squad itself, but the players themselves, right? You have Bayo that didn't used to be on the team, but Bayo started playing comp since the very inception of like the game. So you can't expect a team like WallStreetBets to match pace to pace. You kind of got to just look at the team itself and just be like, they're doing pretty good, right? So shout out to King A, a previous teammate of mine. He's still grinding it out in the comp scene. It's good to see he's still making it onto the stages of like PMPL. But let's see how well they do for the rest of this Super Weekend, and hopefully they qualify into the next Super Weekend too.
King A lion amongst men, literally. I mean, dude is a awesome human being. Let's see if he does make it to the Super Weekend. He's still got this game here. Next circle is going to center up on the hit list. That's a team that they have to worry about, considering that they are also pretty low on the leaderboard. So with this kind of position, hit list, doors open for them to put up some big points.
So here's the thing. Ghost Gaming, when they get center circle like that, they make it look easy. They just secure it. They lock it down with the hit list, right? The hit list, a more inexperienced team. And I got to say, it's not as easy as some of the viewers might think when you just get the circle and then it's like, oh, that should be an easy win. Defending sometimes when you got multiple teams coming in from multiple angles and knowing how to hold your split and making sure to play confident enough, that takes skill also. So I'm curious to see how the hit list does with that circle bless.
Not just any skill. It takes a lot of skill. I mean, you have to have your comms on point. You have to make sure that you look at this. Immediately, Jag sees that there's some players down there, calls the turn. But was it too late? He hits the rock! And that is going to delay him a little bit. But, oh, look at this. Salt running right into Jachi. Going to get instantly thirsted. I love how the hit list played this one out very quietly. They like to go ahead and just, spring the trap and catch UIU off guard. It looks like it worked out. They did catch one. Can they finish, though?
Now
Got
here's
some nice
the
shots
thing.
on Nemesis.
Do they decide to finish out the UIU team, and do they do it without losing any players? And also, can they do it fast enough without getting potentially third-partied? Right, that's the difficulty of holding somewhere that's center. You get circle blessed, but then you have to make all these decisions. And sometimes the teams falter when it comes to making those decisions. For example, JatG swinging a little bit wide. I was a little bit scared. Might have swung into the sidelines of the Nova team. Right, so there's so many potential mistakes to happen here, but the Hitlist, they're playing it well. They're playing it slow. They're getting their info. No team, luckily for them, is coming up from behind them, so the third party isn't going to happen. Great nade from JatG. We were just talking about JatG, and he's finally showing up right now.
There we go. That's the JatG I know. Trickster playing some tricky plays. Gets the run over on Jag. Well done, Trey. We just saw him in an interview, and he's going to have to, you know, tuck tail and start heading on out, and just going to send it right into some other players here. Yeah, he's going straight for this little shack here, and he's going to camp it out for the rest of the game.
Yo, driving by right there, saying, yo!
Look at Spring. Yo, dude. Yo, that thing needs an oil change, dude, Spring. Jeez.
Oh, did he run out of gas? Oh, he just ran out of gas.
Perfect.
Oh, wow.
Perfectly done. Wow.
Oh, Iris
with
even
the roll
hops
down.
In. Yeah, Iris even hopped in. Like, yo, nice ride. And that next circle shift is looking pretty nice for some of these teams. Teams like Nova and Yo, they get that zone. The Hitlist still got the zone, but they got to move down a little bit probably after the next one. And teams on the edge, I mean, we see Ogilvy, Pro Era, Dope, WallStreetBets, Ghost Gaming. So many teams still have to go in on this new shift.
Ooh, got that gas money? What Spring's asking, but you look at Natsuo, and it looks like some of his teammates do have that gas. Look at that nade on the Casper. Back-to-back nades hitting the mark, and here comes the rest of the squad. Ogilvy pushing straight in. Nesquik with trying to be able to stop this fight. Ogilvy may be getting a little too overconfident here. They got to be careful. Oh, but the confidence pays off with Glaz catching Nesquik. There goes the last remaining member of Dope Esports LLC. It's all Ogilvy.
I was definitely a little bit overconfident. The first player that got knocked could have easily gotten thirsted with no problem. So good to see the confidence, but they still got to make sure they execute these pushes properly. That they get it done, they get that full reset. And another team that has pushed in, 19 Esports, it just popped right in. I think they took down one member of Yo. Yo did have 3, but Yo's spreading off right now, running into Lazarus, and you also have XSET on top of the hill towards the south.
Gabby! G3 camping it out in the house, just waiting for one of these players to run on in. Yo, falling for it. Oh, he's got the DBS, but the Tommy and the scars being a little bit too much for Yo to handle. They're going to go out in 15th place. 0, putting up a goose egg. Well, 1 point in placement. Still a lot of teams alive, though. 14 squads remaining. We're 17 minutes into the game. Pan holding the edge of this circle with the last 2 members of Pro Era. And Pro Era, they're the team that's very low on the leaderboards. They got to be able to put up some placement points here. And it's going to be really difficult to do as a duo.
Majority of the teams I'm looking at that are out or have very few players alive are unsurprisingly the teams that have been struggling, right? So it's not by chance that they aren't doing well overall. They're just getting taken out by some of the better teams, and you can see it here. Yo already out, Dope already out, UIU, 1 player left, Pro Era, 2 players left. It is an absolute massacre out here for some of these teams, and the Panthers, they're trying to find their way into the edge of zone, but XSET once again. XSET's got a beautiful 2-2 split on the quarry side and then on that mountaintop right there.
Yeah, Moso had to go find his way straight to that tree and ends up getting knocked in the process. Drake with a beautiful angle there. Gets a nice knock. Fishy, last one up for Pro Era. He's shimmying, he's moving, he's juking back and forth. And it's not going to be enough. Going to have to put on them dancing shoes next time.
Next time, but next time's gonna have to be tomorrow, as this is the last match, and we're going to head into the next circle shift. I think all the teams have somewhat found their way in. Some teams still on the edge trying to fight their way in, but the majority of the teams you can see up on that mini map have made it in. The Knights showing up, pushing XSET off that position. I love that adjustment by XSET so fast to leave that position when they realize they're being hard pushed. But meanwhile, when they're not hard pushed, they take advantage. They hunker down and they take shots. A great split capability by the XSET team. They group back up, and Nova get the next zone blast right there, centered right on top of them.
Dead center. Nova, maybe it's time. They're playing back and forth with
Nova
Ghost,
team
but
does
Nova.
look like they're sitting pretty right now, just holding it down. They have to make sure they don't get full crashed by multiple teams, though that section does get quite tricky to play. Ghost Gaming, they have a nice little hillside to work with that will give them the edge of circle, but it also gives them a nice position to overlook the rest of the map. The Hitlist got to be careful, though, as the Hitlist and Ghost Gaming, they are right next to each other. XSET taking shots at the rotators. This is the WallStreetBets rotation once again, just kind of full sending the Nova team, poking their heads out, looking to see what they could do. WallStreetBets, they split up, but they managed, some of them, a couple of them has managed to find a place in the zone to play in.
Here they go, kill switch, laying down, trying to find the best position for XSET. XSET are controlling this Croy Hill so well, right at the edge, but they're gonna have to push into this next circle. Ghost, still up, still running, and they're gonna fight Nova. This is the fight that I've been really wanting to see. They're gonna go ahead to push through the hit list first. Jatchi is still alive, but it looks like it's only a matter of time. That nade, that's an eviction notice, and here comes Tensa to serve it.
This is what I'm talking about. The hit list, we saw this position that they had since Circle 1, so technically in a way, they got every zone, and you can see, getting Circle Blessed does not automatically give you an easy pass. They are getting picked apart by multiple teams on multiple fronts, so Ghost Gaming, when they get zone, and the viewers might see it as, oh, all they do is get Circle Blessed, it's not as easy as it seems, and you see it here, the hit list down to one player. Ghost Gaming not getting the zone and still being able to fight in, controlling a dominant position. And the Knights are going to do what you said instead of Ghost Gaming. The Knights are going to be the one to take the fight towards Nova.
Here they go. Here's a big battle. Shifan throwing out some nades to try and just stop the pressure. Nice smokes covering up that doorway to not give Knights any sight lines on in. You can see Xenox trying to throw some nades up into those windows, into the building. Coops is going to be on the same boat! And Coops with the three-piece, baby! That's a huge one. And Rin, oh, he's eating some more nades. Gets one in the process, but here comes Coops looking to get the squad wipe. And a full squad wipe onto Nova. Welcome to Coops Town, baby.
Coops just quite literally dunked on them. Like
windmill.
I'm talking like windmill. Shaquille O'Neal just heavy dunked on that team. That team is just in an instant. Coops with 4 kills. XSET meanwhile pushed down into the Lazarus team and successfully did it, only losing Polo, and now they're able to take some shots towards 19. Esports new zone did come up, and it is centered on that factory.
Here we go, though. Big fight. Syndicate onto Ogilvy. Glass is down. Natsuo's up. Rad trying to throw some more nades, put some more pressure. Syndicate trying to get a full reset on the edge, and they're having to push in. There's only 15 seconds left on the clock. Make it 10, and they realize that Rad's going to have to full send it in. Actually, second thoughts, gets taken down in the process. It's Syndicate hurting. Look at the Salty with the wide open shots, but 19E with the shimmies.
Shimmies keep them alive. I think Salty realized we're not winning this fight on the way in. I may as well try and take some shots to pick up some points as they are getting hard gate kept out by this Ogilvy team. Ogilvy looking so strong. I think down to just 2 members, and then Salty Esports returns the favor. Natsuo driving in on a buggy that is literally on fire. 1 bullet just blew that up. He goes prone, and XSET come in at the same time. Natsuo taking a fight, taking shots against XSET, and I think he got the openings, but the grenade from the third party, from Drago, it is all out mayhem right now.
What is happening? Just straight chaos. 19E up on top of this hill. Have a lot of sight lines, but they have to get into it. Sam looking at the glider. We ain't gonna get into it, but dang, that would have been sick. We're looking at the glider. Has to take a look at it, thinking about it. Sanhok gets taken out. Spec with a nice jump shot. He's gonna think about trying to pick up BTOWN in the situation. They do have that broken wall. XSET is eliminated. That's gonna be 5 teams remaining here in this game. 19E doing a very wide rotation, trying to get into this circle. The Knights resetting, Ghost resetting. It's anyone's game here.
I'm so surprised 19E managed manage to make their way
Look
in.
at that smoke wall.
With 3 members alive, gets another knock onto Bane. It's all down to Natsuo. If he just plays quiet, the 19E team might not be able to get him. They are definitely spraying down that way, though. And Ghost Gaming, Spec gets Molotov. Will Knights make a push off this, or will they continue to just play the defense?
Look how good Knights are, or Ghost are. It's constantly getting these resets. Instant smoke on the Spec, buying some more time. They have it. They look at the clock, and they're just going to reset over and over and over until they wear every single team down. Here goes Acer with a beautiful shot and first knock onto Ogilvy, trying to get a nade to finish it, but it ain't gonna be in time because Drago for WallStreetBet gets the kill. 4 teams remaining.
WallStreetBet is now in the top 4. You were just talking about Ghost Gaming able to get those resets over and over. I think that just goes to show how strong their defense is. When a player is knocked, they know how to play that defense to make sure they don't get taken advantage of. But now they're going to go on the aggression as 3 members pushing 2v3. It's a pretty even fight given the fact that the TPP peaks are on point. Drago, I see that. Oh, a pan being thrown, and that pan distracts Chico just enough.
Sanhok!
Down. Sanhok, so the next one gets 2. He needs to flick onto the third one. The drop shot! Running in. The drop shot comes through. It does not come in. Tensa wipes that one out, but the third party from Drago. It is now Tensa's play to clutch up again.
And now here comes Sam. I mean, it's third party, it's fourth party, it's a fiesta. Drago goes down to Tensa, the CQC legend. Can he handle 19E? He's 1 HP. Sam, gotta do it, 19E. Late to the party, but right on time to get that. What a way to end this day, Zute. Could you ask for anything better?
Wow. That was...
Let's go.
I think everything picked up when Nova got dunked. Kind of just set everything into motion, and I love everybody trying to get advantage of that. Drago, I love what Drago did. I love what 19E. That was a spectacular finish, Hot Juice.
Oh man, it was so well executed from all parties, just taking, doing the best they can with the situation that they had. 19E coming up on top big with that one, 26 points. Ghost Gaming still putting up a clean 20 points, dude. Just in the last game, and this one combined 50 points, ladies and gentlemen. 50 in 2 games. Absolute insanity.
That's a lot. Second page, though.
That's a lot.
that's not a lot of points there, though. We go from 4 points down to 0. That was fun. I love when that fight between Ghost and the Knights was happening. There was like a slight small pause, and then that pan was thrown. And then right after that pan, I think everybody kind of just watched the pan in the air. Is it going to hit someone? And then it was all out chaos. And the top MVPs, Coops, Leon, Tensa, these names, you've heard it twice. You've heard it so many times. They get the MVPs for the last match of the day.
And well deserved too. So crazy to see how all those teams had those points. That pan was like the white glove, being thrown down, ready for a absolute war. What a game, what a day that we saw here. Everybody, let's go ahead and take it to a break so we can get everything wrapped up for the day. What a day. What a day.
OnePlus 9 Pro.
The OnePlus 9 Pro. Oh my god, this phone feels incredible. The best processor, 120 hertz, 12 gigs of RAM, and a Hasselblad camera. What more could you want?
The hyper touch on this bad boy is phenomenal.
The best model of OnePlus phone I have used to date.
OnePlus and PUBG Mobile, a partnership for the ages. And right now, you guys get something on behalf of it as well. You can receive your free in-game parachute and t-shirt by punching in this code at the bottom. That's it. You get an in-game shirt and parachute just like that. Shout outs to our friends over at OnePlus, one of the coolest spots to make yourself in the driver's seat when it comes down to finding your top card in the mobile scene. Welcome back to the PMPL. I'm Tom F. Ballinger, joined here by two of my great analysts. It's Glitter and Seven. And we hope you got in your code. And I hope you got a chance to check that last one, because 19 found their way to the top. Roll the scores. Let's take a look at the overall with respects to our day here as we come to a close. XSET still on top.
Wow.
Oh, hello.
Okay.
Yeah, Glitter, take it away.
Okay, there's a lot happening here. First of all, XSET maintaining their first place position at 286 points. This is a nice solid lead that they've got over everyone. Nova, after having a stellar performance today, in second place, and they're not that far behind either with 267 points. Ghost finally able to get their second chicken dinner today, Seven. They're at 258, 19 esports, though. We got to talk about this because, I mean, we were saying it when we were watching that last match. The third-party Kings closing out the final match of the day in an epic fashion, and now in fourth place, only 4 points behind Ghost.
Yeah, you got to give credit to Paul, because he's been calling that the whole season, and they've been proving that, just that. And also, by the way, today alone, a player that I called out at the beginning of the show, Acer, was able to step up and ended up with the most damage, and not only that, the most kills for 19 esports with 10 kills. So really impressive out of that. The Panthers, though, I mean, I don't know what happened today. I don't know what was the difference between yesterday and today, but they definitely need a little bit of a wake-up call going into tomorrow. Ogilvy's looking for that chicken dinner, Glitter. Ogilvy's looking for that extra 1,000 because they were just so close today. They want to be able to get it tomorrow night, being able to get 208 points. I definitely want to see how Knights is going to be able to finish off tomorrow on the Super Weekend. We have BTOWN Esports right there with 170 points. And as we get here on the second page, I'm excited to see if it's going to be WallStreetBets finally passing the Illuminati.
Ooh.
Hey.
Let's go! Yes, and they are able to pass him with 62 points, and props to Drago on that last game. He was able to just put up so much damage. He was able to get kills, and not only that, he was able to also get them placement points. And Baba, he was able to actually put up some great numbers as well today. Boring Protocol still able to maintain their 15th place right there. But Miss Sextus, Glitter, Miss Sextus is just keep moving down and down. And my prediction, you know what, Glitter, I'm going to leave it at 13th place. I think they're going to end up in 13th place at the end of this Super Weekend.
I was hoping you would kind of call that out, you now being able to match Mizexis at 133 points, but be above them in the standings. I don't know. They might be in 14th, depending on how well some of these squads do. They're going to need to pick it up if they want to catch up. Those you can see there's a pretty big gap between 13th and 14th points-wise. That's where things start to fall off. They fall off again in 15th, and we go down from there. Yo and Dope Esports rounding out the rest of the squads. Yo is only, honestly, they're only 19 points behind right now, and that's not a lot. They can do that in a day, and Illuminati could potentially continue dropping down depending on our final day of Super Weekend performance when it comes to Yo and Dope Esports.
You're not wrong. You know, we've seen Yo do some crazy things. Spring has really stood up and given us some lights out performances in the past. So we've got tomorrow and of course next week, should they qualify for the Super Weekend, they've got that But that's it. That's all they got. So they've got to make it happen kind of soon in order to find themselves in the finals. And of course, you know what time it is. It's money time. Show me the money, baby. This is where the players have been doing what they do. XSET winds up with $5,000 because they grab 5 chicken dinners. Glitter.
Dang.
Nova moving up that litter for glitter.
Not only is Nova moving up, 19E's moved up. To be fair, XSET now officially has 1/9 of the available prize pool when it comes to that chicken dinner fund, okay? XSET's making sure they're padding their pockets with as much cash as possible before we make our way into finals, and that's huge. But every single team on this list, obviously, this is not all of the teams that have won chicken dinners at this point. However, every single team on our money meter has now won multiple chicken dinners, and that's what we love to see, okay? We want to see the repeat performances. Ghost, PK, BTOWN, Syndicate, all at $2,000 in their pocket, and Panthers still holding strong at $3,000 after their performance from yesterday. That means that there's still potential for XSET to get even more money tomorrow, Seven.
Oh, and they will. I hope they do, because I want to see who's the first team that's going to be able to get 10K just on super weekends. I mean, the first place team, we've been talking about it for the longest time, Glitter. You mentioned it every single day. First place team in finals is going to be able to get 10,000. So why not just try to get 10,000 before you even get to the finals? Add a little bit more to your pockets.
Just find that money wherever it may fall, whether it's for dubs or chicken dinners or just winning the whole thing. That, of course, is the goal. But at the end of the day, I think a lot of our teams wind up leaving here with some money in their pocket, which is, of course, the biggest deal. Guys, that brings our Saturday to a close. How'd you feel about it, Seven?
I felt amazing. I mean, we saw Ogilvy again. We saw Nova starting to step up. We saw XSET. This is the XSET that I expect. Hopefully tomorrow they're able to show up. Oh, I can't wait for tomorrow, man. I don't even want to go to sleep.
Glitter, what are you most excited about for Sunday?
I want to see, because I think they can, I want to see one if Nova can match XSET's 5K in chicken dinners, because I think that's definitely a very real possibility, especially after the performance we've seen them have the past 2 days. And I want to see where our new teams fall when everything is said and done after our second super weekend, because then they only have one more opportunity after that to get some points on the board.
I thought you were going to call out Knights.
I thought about it. I did think about it. I'm not going to lie.
I know. I was waiting for it.
Fine. I'll do it. Knights better step up. Definitely want to see that happen. I won't be here tomorrow. Degon will be back. I will see y'all next week, though. As always, the PMPL loves hanging out with OnePlus. If you want to be on top of the crop, go with OnePlus. Flagship performance, an immersive 120 hertz display, and technology made specifically for gamers, like that HyperTouch. The OnePlus 9 and the 9 Pro are your best shot to climb the leaderboards and the ladder. That does it for us here for Super Weekend Super Weekend number 2. It's a Saturday. Shout out to everybody else out there in chat. We love having you around. And shout outs to my mom. It's her birthday, and I'm her #1 fan, and she's my #1 fan. Thank you so much for hanging out, chat. We love you so much. We'll catch you tomorrow. Keep on on.